All right, hello everybody. Time to get started. Um, oh, my desk is, as always, a mess. There's a million, it's probably getting close to a billion cables on it. It's quite messy. It's mostly just the cables, it's not that messy. But it is difficult to work with. Okay, my microphone is working. Yes, it is. And it's time to start. Hi, MX, I believe. I think you changed your name. And YouTube does this beautiful thing where your username is the only thing that it shows me, where no one picks their username and everyone picks their display name. But yeah, YouTube is a very smart company run by competent people, humans even, not AIs making decisions. None of that stuff. Humans all the way in that company. Competent, smart humans with a triple digit IQ even. Yep. Which is why when someone talks to me, I see a name that is difficult to understand because they didn't actually pick that name. It's your third account. How many do you have? At least 3. I got coffee today. It's been a while since I've gotten coffee to go, so it's kind of lukewarm. I got it like half an hour ago. Oh, you're not on your PC. Okay, got it. Okay, today I'm working on a 3D renderer. I started working on it yesterday. And I also don't see profile pictures. That's on OBS. YouTube actually does show those. Yeah, so I started working on a software 3D renderer yesterday. And it went. Let's just say that it didn't go poorly, but it didn't go well. It went. It mostly went well. But there were 2 major issues. The first one is I was running it on my operating system, which is running inside of QEMU, and also being emulated for ARM, and also it is a 2D renderer, and also the system isn't really optimized. So that was leading to it being quite slow. Quite slow. I moved it out of there. Now it's running native-ish on Linux through Raylib. And that's the funny thing about it. It's running on... It's a software renderer that does all the rendering internally and then hands it off to OpenGL to actually put it on the screen. That's just because Raylib relies on OpenGL. What can I do about that? There's nothing I can do about that. Can't really do support, sorry. Can't really help with that. Also, the code that I wrote yesterday was shit. Poop. Ass. Buns. Whatever you want to call it. As long as it's related to the backend, but not the good kind of backend. It was horrible. It was horrible code. So last night I rewrote part of it. I wrote like an OBJ parser for parsing 3D OBJ files, and it was horrible. So I rewrote it to be a little bit better. And I put it in its own file, which I hadn't done yesterday. I also created a mesh type. Ish. It just holds vertices and segments. But I also tried to create it inside of my language, Cred, and it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, it kind of highlighted a bunch of stuff that it currently doesn't have. This is what it would look like, right? As opposed to the native version, which is this. It's kind of the same thing. And for that matter, it does compile, but it doesn't make any sense. And also, there are some parts of the code that are missing. So between now and Friday, when I stream again, I'm streaming again tomorrow, but let's ignore that for a second. So between tomorrow, really, and Friday, when I'm not streaming during the week, I'm going to work on getting this working. Entirely with my language. So, one thing is I created a chunk array type, which essentially just like is a continuous section of memory into which to put items like a normal array, and it also keeps track of how many items there are inside. But then that entire chunk is linked so that it can expand. Not sure if that type has a specific name to it, but I just called it a chunk array. I already had an implementation for it, but it wasn't exactly how I wanted it, so I just rewrote it real quick. But I feel like the language should probably have a concept of an array. And for that matter, a lot of different types that are used like an array, like normal arrays, this type of array, linked lists, double linked lists, all of those different things should kind of work the same way. They should have some sort of syntactic sugar, for example, like being able to access items like this, having a count property type of thing. Hey, Arctic. I'm doing good, just getting started. How are you? So I was thinking like I'm gonna like create a concept of an array in my language, and actually you can specify the type of array that is used internally to represent it. Some syntactic sugar for that. I'm not sure exactly what that's gonna look like, but I'm like, yeah, that should be a thing. So that when I'm writing the code, I need an array. I can just change the type of array that I'm using depending on my needs without needing to rewrite any code, right? So I could do like, this is not the type of syntax that I want, but kind of like array chunk vertices. Oh, I don't want a chunk type. I want it to be a linked list. So link, something like that, you know? And because they're all arrays, they should work in the same way. I don't know. That's not the syntax. I know that that's not the syntax that I want. That's just like the easiest way that I can explain it. I just don't know what syntax I want for that. Besides that, there's a few other things, like I'm gonna need to have a not primitive type, or actually the word not primitive type, because I've had some issues with this. accidentally inverting the condition and not realizing. So I kind of want to fix that by having this also be an option. Oh, or maybe the only option? We'll see. I also don't have a ternary operator like this. Is it called a ternary operator? I think it is. Or like a default thing like this, which to be fair, C doesn't have, but I can easily translate. And the last thing is when I do vertices.count, this should actually call chunk array count on vertices. So it should do a little bit of, you know, translation and transmutation or whatever the fuck I need to do that. Which now that I have a little bit better semantic analysis, then I should be able to do it. Okay. Maybe by next week we're gonna have it. It is called ternary? Right, great. I wasn't entirely sure. Because now I have a ternary type in my in my types, really. It's accessible through C. Just a shorthand for an integer, an 8-bit integer that can be 1 for success or for error, depending on what you want. Yeah, 1 for success, 0 for failure, and -1 for either error or something else, whatever you want. Null coalescing, that's the name of the other thing. Thank you. I forgot about that one. Okay, I gotta close my door. I have the heater on, and yeah, helps heat up the room a little bit. Thanks to it, I'm not completely freezing. Okay, so that's kind of like my goal between now and Friday for my language. Again, all the building blocks to do this in the language in the compiler are already there. It's just a matter of actually implementing them. So I won't be doing it on stream. Like I said, these kinds of like repetitive little, small little syntactic features and whatnot are not going to be in, I'm not going to be streaming them. I'm mostly going to be streaming kind of, what is it called? The important parts. And yeah, maybe I will be streaming tomorrow is a little bit more semantic analysis type of stuff to do types. I mentioned my usual example is that for a string literal, C uses a char pointer, whereas my language would use something like literal. My language can use something like array chunk. Again, not sure on what it's gonna look like this syntactically, but something like this. Whereas in C, it would translate to actually chunk array underscore T. U32 would translate to uint32 underscore T, all that type of stuff. So maybe we're going to do that tomorrow, which is the last kind of building block that I need. It's technically not necessary to do all the stuff that I'm mentioning, but it would be nice to have. Unless I have something better to do tomorrow. But I'm not sure. Let's get started with today, though. And yeah, I'm making my own programming language. It's not necessarily for the OS. I can already have, like, I've already written code in it, but I don't really want to do it in the OS itself because it's kind of very prone to breaking. So I have some in the compiler itself, which is kind of very risky because then you break the compiler and you cannot compile again. I have a fallback. It doesn't actually get to the point where I'm like lost, but yeah. I was considering actually when I created the chunk array, I was considering should I write it in cred, but I decided no, this is an underlying type for cred, so it should be written in C. It should have very specific behavior. It should be targeted by the language, but it shouldn't be written in the language yet. It will be eventually, but it's not right now. Also, the implementation of the chunk array uses a bunch of like pointers and whatnot, and so it was not the best. I started doing it and I was like, yeah, nah. Hey, other MX. Oh yeah, you mentioned you were making your own language. In Nim for Nim with Nim. Nice. Shouldn't you return a const char instead of a char in primitives RO string? Yes, yes, actually I should. Um, actually, what I want to do is I want to turn this into an array because it shouldn't be a function. So let me just add a to-do real quick. Thank you for the observation. Enum emit code. I'm just going to quickly add a to-do. Turn into array and use const char pointer. Char. Jesus, I cannot spell. All right. I have to say, I'm really enjoying I usually tend to code on my laptop, but since I got this new keyboard, I'm enjoying coding on this computer now. I've been doing it a fair amount more. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna replace my laptop. Or will it? We'll see, I guess. C is the best language ever, yes. Okay, thank you for the observation. But today we are going to go to, first off, very quickly, vector3 type. And, okay, do that. And today we're going to do compilation stuff. My name on Twitch, hold on, let me just drop it real quick. Yeah, okay, so my current renderer, I doubt that Nim is better, I'm sorry. I haven't used it. But, no. Respectfully, no. Like I said, I I moved it from one folder to another. I ported the renderer to work on Linux with Raylib, even though it's kind of redundant to use Raylib. But performance-wise, it does a lot better because loading this thing on here took a long time. The German John. Hi, Amix. So far, we've gotten you in the chat like 5 different times with different accounts. You know what? I'm gonna be nice. I'm going to add Nim to the list of languages that I'm going to check out. Also, I think it was last week. Yeah, like Monday or Sunday, actually, a week ago. I created this little list of languages that I want to check out. And I have checked out once Swift on the same stream where I created the list. And I said I was going to do one per stream, and I haven't done it since. I kind of wanted to write this little program, which Odin uses as its hello world, in each of the languages to see what they're like. Now, funny thing, it's the hello world for Odin, so what am I gonna do for Odin? It's already written. I'm not gonna write any code. Well, I guess I have to write it like myself. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna do that, but let's not do it right now. Let's do it when I want to take a break. All right, so my renderer right now, all it does is it just reads a windmill.obj file that I created. It parses that obj file. It then creates a little window with my 2D renderer, which is also software, mind you. Hi, Ithiliad. And then it just renders it. Just renders it based on different primitive types. It supports different primitive types, but OBJ files can be kind of all over the place. I will have to add some extra logic to always use triangles or always use quads or something like that. But can't be bothered right now. So I have to triangulate a mesh when I export it from Blender for the time being. Also, not really planning on having a whole lot of OBJ files from the beginning. If anything, I want to do the 3D renderer so I can do like generative procedural generation algorithms and whatnot. Because I enjoy doing those. And I found a project of mine from 2017 where I did procedural generation, a bunch of procedural generation stuff on also my renderer is on GitHub now, by the way. Don't think there's any code there for anyone to look at, but hey, if you're interested. Yeah, I found this project from 2017 where I have a bunch of procedural generation kind of things. I did like some planetary generation with the quad spheres rivers. I have no idea what I did. I only looked at this code, to be fair, so I don't know what they do. This, stars, roads, rivers. You know, at some point we're gonna create like a terrain generator. I made a building generator last year, like a building interior generator, which was pretty fun to do. Maybe I'll adapt that a little bit. We'll see. But maybe that's my main goal for using this renderer for the time being. I don't think I'm gonna integrate it in the game that I'm working on right now. Graphics are not the priority at this very second. But okay, so the renderer now runs on Linux, and it gets a solid 29 to 30 FPS. Pretty sure Raylib is limited to 30 FPS. Let me check actually real quick. Wait, you can create C in Nim, and you can create assembly in C. So can you create assembly in Nim through C? And if so, how low can you go or how high can you go? Is there a language that allows you to integrate Nim? These are the kinds of questions that you need to ask yourself. You can. Please do it. All right. What was I saying? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why I'm targeting 30 FPS. Can I just like remove the FPS cap entirely? I should be able to. There we have it. 900 FPS. Okay. Whereas in my system it's like 20 FPS. If I have some time, I'll look into that too. I have some time if I so wish. Right, I did target FPS because I was having some issues when I first integrated Raylib, but now it should be fine. And if anything, with a renderer, I may want to get rid of Raylib entirely. Just a library that lets me draw a window and gives me OpenGL access, and that's all I need. Can't you limit it to the hertz of the monitor? Why would I do that? Yeah, that's fair, but no. I can also limit it in the engine, in my game engine itself. Or in the renderer for that matter, if I really wanted to do that. But yeah, that's not the plan. That's not important right now. We're rendering a static mesh, so it's okay. Now, what did I want to do today? Obviously, I want to continue building this. So as you can see, it's supposed to do a windmill. Let me show you. Actually, the thumbnail for yesterday's stream on YouTube is perfect because it's me showing what the windmill is supposed to look like and then what it actually looks like. And it's perfect. But the windmill is supposed to look like this. Actually, it's just one object, so it's just this. But then it actually looks like this. So something fuck is going on. Not quite sure what. It would be nice to know. It would be nice to know. But can't really be bothered. Right? No, no. Obviously, I need to fix it. I just don't know uh what about it. It could be. When I rewrote the OBJ renderer, sorry, parser, it actually got better. So now it's like mostly a clean silhouette, but it's still not right. You can see there's some points here that are like pointing outwards, whereas they're part of the roof, which is pointing inwards. And it looks, it's not really super easy to tell what's going on. Maybe I'll implement like zooming. Let me see if I can do that actually. But it looks like the roof is pointing upwards instead of downwards. So yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, that's a good starting point right now. Actually, I do the depth here. I'm adding 5 to it. Instead, I'm going to add a depth variable, which we're going to create, float depth, depth. There we go. And we're gonna default it to 2. Keep in mind right now we don't have a concept of camera necessarily. We do have a far plane and, well, not really a far plane. We have a near plane. Just to say nothing closer than this point actually gets rendered. We don't have a far plane, which should be like nothing further than this point gets rendered. We'll get to that eventually. It's just an if statement. It's not particularly difficult. It's just not necessary because we're not rendering anything particularly far. But, yeah. What was I gonna do? The depth. Yes. Totally remember that, right? I should be able to do mouse. Is there another syscall for this? Raw and position. No, I want the mouse input. Oh, raw. Okay. Yeah, that's what I want. Mouse raw scroll times delta time added to the depth. And okay, we're starting to see what the problem is, why those look all exploded like that. And we can scroll, although it's super slow. So maybe I want to scroll a little bit closer. There's also movement. I'm not quite sure what the fuck it's doing, to be completely honest. You can see the mouse moving, and it's always moving in the exact same direction. So, let's first off multiply all of them by 5 because they're super slow. All of the movements are super slow. So multiply them by 5. I'm also gonna invert the scroll wheel, though that should be a setting, but yeah, we're starting to see where the problem is, I believe. Some vertices are not going in the right direction. And let's see what is happening to the mouse input. That and invert the depth. Let me do it only if it's not 0, because I'm starting to understand what the problem is here. The input is always moving in the same direction. Hello? Raylib? What are you doing, man? Why is everything going in the exact same direction? Alright, it's probably not Raylib. I'm gonna go on a limb and say it's probably me reading the input from Raylib wrong. But you never know. Where is it? Oh, it's in syscalls probably. Keyboard events are working fine. What's not working fine is this. The mouse delta is a number. It's a float, isn't it? Oh my god. Clang, can you please? It's not inactive. You're inactive. I need to make sure to like flip that, but Clang can be so useless sometimes. Raylib cheat sheet. It is a vector 2, which is probably floats. There's a mouse position, but I need to get the delta. It's always either 0 or 1, but why is it always negative then? Why am I always reading a negative value in it? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But maybe I'm better off doing this instead. Hold on. Calculating it as the previous position. No, this minus the previous position. Because these are integers. I was being lazy here. Hold on. Y position here. X position here and Y position here. We good? Do we like that? We don't like that. Well, starting with the fact that I declare the same variable twice. Okay, now we like that. Also, I have way too many things open here. And it's the same projects open 50 times. I'm not moving the mouse in the slightest. Yeah, new project. It's supposed to be running on the operating system. It's just kind of unoptimized, so it's better to run it natively and then also run it on there. It should be able to. Yeah, so is the mouse position changing in between frames or what exactly? Because let's do on the y-axis. It seems to just move randomly on the y-axis mostly, so I'm gonna try it on the y-axis. Get mouse X and get mouse Y. Wife? Mouse Y is an integer. And the position is also an integer. I don't know about the wife. That's personal stuff that I'm not getting involved in. All right. Y position, and the previous position is in position Y. Did I write everything correctly? X, X, Y, 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 X, X, Y, Y, X, X, Y, Y. Don't you fucking work. Ugh, now I have the same project open twice. There's gonna be too many logs. Alright, you see how I'm not moving anything? What the fuck is that? Oh shit. Well, how you say? I'm an idiot. I'm doing the delta with this value, which gets reset every frame. Oh my god. Lord help me. Maybe don't expect production quality code today. Uh, clearly, I'm making more of an effort to write better code than yesterday. I have to admit, yesterday I was just like, yeah, whatever, it's shit. Ship it anyway. But, okay. Now it's good. Nah, it's good. Yeah, I'm making more of an effort today, but I'm not exactly making the best decisions and not writing the best code. So expect entertainment, not quality. All right. Cool. And yeah, I'll probably want to do like more. Oh, keep in mind this is in pixel coordinates. Everything here is in pixel coordinates. Okay, we're starting to see, anyway, where the problem is. Right, which is that some of my vertices are being blown up to hell. Somebody blew up the windmill. What you gonna do about it? Actually, I created the windmill because a friend was showing off like a tower defense game that he made, and he used this like random Unity windmill free asset thing. And I was like, oh, that's a cool windmill. I want to make it. So I just used it as reference. But yeah, clearly I lost the tower defense game and my windmill was blown up, so maybe next time I'll do a tower instead. Either way. Okay, movement works, so we can get rid of this, and we can start considering what is going on with this windmill. It's weak perspective projections, or just X? It's literally just dividing the coordinates by the Z axis. That's it. I'm not doing any kind of complex projections just yet. Feel like that's probably going to be the work of the vertex shader once I create that. But, yeah. The problem is, how do I debug this? This is a windmill that has 5,000 vertices. No, 1,000 vertices, not 5,000. But
ETS is working, my dude.
It is working, indeed. maybe we're gonna want to make a simpler simpler project. What do we do? Let's make a donut. All right. Actually, I just pretty sure Blender already has a type for it. Torus. It's a torus. All right. Don't get it wrong. Don't call it a donut. It's a torus. I was considering doing the Blender monkey. I still have it, yeah. I was wondering if they removed it. Actually, you know what? It's also a little bit more interesting visually to look at a monkey than it is to look at a torus or donut. Suzanne. Her name is Suzanne, okay? All right. So we're going to export Miss Susie over here. And Susie. We're going to put her in rand resources susie.obj. We're going to triangulate the mesh because, like I said, I'm kind of expecting the mesh to be triangulated. I could do some extra logic to figure out what kind of polygons it uses and even triangulate if it uses complex polygons that I don't want to do, so just break them down. I could do that, but that can't be bad. Chill. All right, one step at a time. All right. So we're gonna use Miss Susie over here. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another recreational programming session with Mrs. Susie, which is not working. What the fuck happened to her? This is not her. Wait, hold on. Do you see her forming as I zoom in? Do you see her? Like this part of her face? It's not Mr. Zozing, it's Mr. Zuzi. I'm gonna spell it with a Z, actually. Zuzin. Nah, with an E at the end. All right. So, yes, welcome to another recreational programming session with Mrs. Zuzi. Just for completeness, I'm also changing the name of the material, even though I'm doing nothing with it. What is happening to Mrs. Zuzi? I have no idea. How many vertices does she have? Start with that. Shit. It might actually be more than my windmill. No, it's not. No, it's not. Everything where something is negative breaks. Only top right is working where nothing is negative. That's the one. Thank you. That's very accurate. That is very accurate. But if you look closely, it only works when I zoom in. When I do this, she starts to kind of form on the top right there. But then when I zoom out, also, we're having negative FPS here. Don't ask about that, okay? It's fine. No, displacing everything to positive isn't quite the solution. Nothing breaks if you run it 2 times besides JS. I mean, JS probably breaks 4 times when you run it 2 times, but everything else can still break. Is there any particular reason why I'm making these two negative to begin with? Perhaps? Would be a good question to ask myself. Now only the double negative worked. Cool. No, great work today, everybody. I'm Mrs. Zuzi. Yep. Okay, what was the logic behind making that negative though? Quick little question to ask myself. What is going on here? We're drawing a line between one vertex and the other one. Is there any reason why I was doing that in negative for the y-axis? Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Because the y-axis, assuming center is origin, then usually the way that it works for coordinate systems is y-axis goes up here and down here. But the way that it works on screen coordinates is it goes positive direction going down, whereas here it goes positive direction going up. That's why you invert the y-axis. Forgot about that. Okay. What are the values from the origin vector you're getting? Middle of the screen, and you can then displace it with the right mouse button. I do wonder if that fixes things, but it shouldn't, I believe. All right, we're back to Mrs. Zuzi being... Yeah, no, that changes nothing. It's not that because I can literally change the vector and nothing happens to it. Okay. Let's review our logic very quickly. Assuming that I am loading the vertices correctly. I think we are. I think. Because otherwise, if everything was being like positive or something, it would all show up on the top right. But it wouldn't be division by 0. I don't think so because we have negative numbers. Maybe it would be like some parts would be hold on. I do have a cube, and I wonder if it happens with the cube as well. That's the main question. Yesterday we didn't have any movement. Yes, it happens with the cube as well. All right, so that will make it a lot easier to debug, because the cube only has 8 vertices. All right, and we can even print what those vertices are, if we so wish. Just to silence a warning, I swear to God. Maybe with a comma or something. Mesh get vertices mesh I. Put the vector. That's why I couldn't find it. Vector 3 v here, and vx, vy, vz. And also, it's not a pointer. What exactly are you complaining about? Oh, invalid initializer. I didn't see that. Okay, mesh get segment. It's mesh get vertex. I did it wrong. It should also be get vertex, not get vertices, but whatever. All right. So we can quickly compare to see if the parsing is going well. 1.076. Yeah, it's already off to a bad start. 1.72 minus 1. That one is correct.
Soding trattino maggiore Zozin. Sussi trattino maggiore Zuzie.
Yep. That's exactly the logic behind it. The rest are okay, I believe. 1, 1, 0, 1 minus... Alright, let's just go through. Probably easier if I do... this is supposed to be 1.76, now 0.076. This is supposed to be 1, 1, 1, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. Yep, is supposed to be 0.7 minus 1, 1, minus 1, 1, minus 1, 1, minus 1, 1. Yep. Minus 1, minus 3, 1, 1, minus 1, minus 1, 1, 1. Okay. It was Italian. Yeah, I have my text-to-speech set to Italian and my announcements set to Spanish. But then they're in English. So you can imagine that's what I would sound like if I didn't speak English for work and for this, and I was out of practice. If I had a thicker accent, that is. Okay. Is that enough to generate the entire issue, though? Seems a little bit sus. Because this one's working fine. Which is also confusing. It is going to form a cube, but with a vertex a little bit displaced. I want that on purpose. It's really weird that this is wrong, but this is not. I can understand why they're wrong because it's the float parsing that's failing. The problem is I wrote that in this project yesterday. Now I moved it to the library, and now I have to like compile the library every time. So what can I do instead? I can do this. To recompile both libraries both times, right? You are doing that? Great, yes. Okay, there is an ad starting, so we'll do the debugging in 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Both me and the motherfucker who is awake. All right. So there is a problem with the mesh rendering, but I just want to look at it real quick. That's not what's happening here. One vertex is slightly off. Whereas instead there it just looks like it exploded. So clearly there's two bugs going on, but I need to fix both of them, so might as well. Let's face it, this kind of bug is probably creating subtle changes in the meshes. Okay, so the OBJ renderer, to create the vertices, is doing parse float, which is a function that is now moved to string functions. It's now at the bottom here. Oh, I just scrolled randomly and I found the exact function. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, so we're dividing by one too many values. Pourquoi is this happening? I believe. Okay, actually, is it 76390 or is there an extra value at the end of that that I'm not seeing? There's a 2 at the end. So no. Wait. All right. I gotta think about this logically. When I call seek2, right, on this mesh, 1.732902. I don't remember the exact mesh, but the exact number, but it doesn't matter. It also pretty sure it starts with a 0. When I do this, I call seek2 period, which scans the mesh until it finds a period. And then it puts itself after that. Yeah. So it scans the integer part of that by parsing everything from here to here, excluding the period. So it does -1. I see. But then it returns a char p, which puts itself here. Should be this number. So input starts at 0, right? And the p minus input is here. 1, 2 minus 0, so that is 2. The length of this is 2. Right, and when it parses, it only parses one of them because it doesn't parse the period. Cool. But then, the total length of this string is 8, so it's doing 8 minus 2. Which is 6. That looks to me like it should be parsing a fractional value of, indeed, why am I debugging something that I already debugged yesterday? I swear to God, the way that it broke again is pissing me off. What can I say? Did you actually rebuild? Oh, here it is. Okay. 763902. So this is actually working fine. It is then dividing this number by 10 to the power of 6. So it's 10 by 10 by 10. I've already lost count. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I'm pretty sure I must be doing one too many, right? I mean, am I calculating that right, or am I just supposed to use -1 here? No, it is supposed to be that number. Okay, so Powai, you're the one causing issues here. That's one too many, isn't it? That's 7 zeros. Interesting. Why 7? You start with 10, and then you're supposed to do between 1 and 6. Oh, so it's doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I expect... Well, no, hold on. You look at the values real quick. No, for the box. No, for the cube. It's always 6 characters. So yeah, there's something wrong here. I might as well check how many times we're running this. 7. Why 7? Sometimes 5. Yeah, it's doing 1 too many. Also, which one is 5? All of them are 6. Ugh. This is so annoying. Again, it looks to me like the length should be 2. But hey, what do I know? Guess I better print. Length I, L1 I, length L1. Okay, print that. And I think this function is working fine, so I can just get rid of these slugs. The length of the string is 1 more than I expected it to be. Where sometimes it's actually less than I expected it to be. Oh, this is all kinds of fucked up. Okay. So, this here should be 8. Instead, it considers 9 characters. It's probably including the space at the end of it. This one here should be 8. Again, probably including the space at the end of it. This one here should be 9 because there's a minus. Instead, it's considered to be an 8. Christ. Let me confirm that. By writing a clearly delimited string slice of input 0 length. Yeah, these include the spaces, whereas this one I'm pretty sure is skipping a number. It has 5 zeros. Here it has 6. Wow. It's kind of doing the opposite of what it's supposed to do. I wonder if I just inverted a condition somewhere. It's supposed to be -1 because it also has the space included. And then this third one shouldn't really expect to scan to the next space. You won't actually find a space. Right, so that should fix 2 of them. Yep, but this one is missing a number here. So is this one. It's 19715 0. There's a 0 missing. So it's fine because it's a 0, but if it wasn't a 0, it's missing. And why is that? But okay, are the other ones fixed now? 1.76, 1.76, 0.72. Yeah, it should. Okay, the numbers are correct now, but again, the whole mesh is blown up. But we have only 8 vertices, so we can quickly check what's going on with them. Before that, though, I do need to fix the fact that this mesh, this one here, should have 9 vertices, 9 numbers, not 8. Why do you think you have 8? Who told you that you have 8? When you do scan to, what happens? That's a new function that I created yesterday, so it's probably not working very well. You scan the next character and you move the position forward. When you reach the end of file in nullroot, you return a length of 0 if you failed, but here you return position minus initial. Initial is here. Position is probably here for whatever reason. Probably because it thinks that end of file is... It's equal to the length. Okay, let me put another log in here. This time it's actually my program, so we're moving outwards. Instead of having to put logs in the power function to see if that's where the problem is, now the log is directly in the program. So we know that's a good sign. Current position. Who cares if I misspell that? We look at the scanner's position out of the total line. Ooh, what the hell am I typing? Line length. And you don't have access to syscalls, so let me give you that real quick. Current position 20 out of 28. In the first vertex, right? Yeah. Character 21, so we're here. Out of 28. There's 29 characters. Well, that's the problem. Whoever told you that there's 28 characters lied to you, turns out. Now would be this. I see, I see, I see. We don't have a carriage return, but sometimes we do. So that will fix it. 9 characters. All the zeros are there. All the zeros are there. And again, the parsing works correctly. That good enough? So essentially, if we find a new line, we output for processing the line. The read lines function processes the line as everything before the new line, so it skips the new line. It doesn't include it in the parsing process because it's not necessary. We're reading per line, so we skip the new line. But if there's also a carriage return, then we skip that as well. In this case, we don't, so we don't skip it. And that is correct. Okay, so bug number 1 is fixed. And then I'm not making any changes to the actual libraries, did I? No, this one. Did I make a change here? No. No. No changes in the actual library. The entire thing happened to be in the other thing. But real quick, I did make changes to the way that the mouse works, so I might as well fix that. And then in the rendering library, I can remove this. I can remove this. And I can just say obj correct. Hi, Ice Dave. Float vertex parsing. Okay. Now we want to find out what the hell is going on with my vertices being still out of whack, even though their values are correct. Check one more time that all their values are correct. That should come here. We got, no, this is Susie. This is the cube. All right, we start with a 1763902, 729560, minus 1, 1, minus 1, minus 3, then 1, 1, and all minus 1s, minus 1, 1, minus 1, 1, minus 1, 1, minus 1, 1, and 1, 1, minus 1, minus 1, 1, 1. Okay. Not sure if I even read those correctly, but I did process them in my brain correctly, and I know that they're correct. I think. I guess we'll see. What can we infer from what we're seeing here? Because the actual cube, let's look at it in, not in the desktop. There's a chance that this version is not updated. Rand. Where's that? Resources, cube, obj. I'm pretty sure Blender can open it and just show us what it looks like. Unable to load. It is not a valid Blender document. Well, that's not a good sign. Well, it's not a Blender document. You're supposed to import it. Though I kind of wasn't expecting that. Alright, there we go. It just imported it into the current project, but yeah, it looks like this. And, well, it's not triangulated, is it? It is no, it's quadrangulated. Ah, so that explains it. I have my primitive type set to triangle. If I set it to quad, it does look wrong because it's deformed quad. What in the name of fuck was that? Starting to see the problem now. It is a cube. It's just that this what is this edit mode? Why is it blue? I've never seen this edit mode before. Hello? Oh, I was... No, what? Why is it blue? The reason it looks weird is because I changed... these vertices. So now it looks a little bit more like a cube, but it isn't quite a cube. I changed them specifically so it would look weird. Not as weird as the blue edit mode. What is going on here? There is also a box. Let me try that one. Yeah, no, this is crashing. Is that showing contents of my left side of my screen? Yeah. Cool. Nice little information leak going on there, Linux. Come on, man. Why is that possible? Why is an application allowed to render something that's happening on a screen that isn't even its own? Box.obj is not triangulated. It's quads. There's 4 of them. Is my OBJ renderer adapted to handle this type of thing, though? It's supposed to, kind of ish. I'm not really sure. All right, so we have to debug the face rendering now. We can do that by just making a bunch of prints. Why is that one undefined but not this one? All right, so the worst part is we don't even know if there's a bug in the well, there seems to be a bug in the renderer, yes, but the problem is that we were trying to render triangles as quads, so obviously that was not going to work. All right, this is the face data that I'm reading. I'm reading 111, 521, 731, 341. And there is a little bit of extra data being included in here, which it shouldn't be. But I can skip that one later. I don't believe that is the problem. I believe the problem that logic for parsing the integer, like the length, looks so suspicious. 111 segment 0. That's correct actually because it's -1. 5 4 7 6 3 2. All right, it parsed them all correctly. 4332767. Next face 87765465. 65214387. Next face 21103243 65541021. Okay, so I think the parsing is okay. So the bug must be happening somewhere else. It looks to me like all the face data is correct. Why is it every time I open GDB it has to download shit? How often can that happen? Bro, what do you mean it's not responding? I have GDB on it. God, Linux can piss me off sometimes. I swear to God. I'd still the worst day on Linux is better than the best day on Windows, but well, no, okay, no, it's not. Let's not get carried away here. But what the fuck? Right, so clearly either this or it's a bug with the chunk array. Could be either one. GDB is well, it ain't exactly helpful, buddy. Is this still valid? It should be. Is number of segments correct also? No. I didn't recompile. Okay. There are 8 segments. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, there's your problem. Wait, which one am I rendering? Which one am I rendering right now? Box. Well, there you go again. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. It's 6 faces, so I doubted that it was gonna be different, but yeah. Where are we getting that number of segments? It's getting it from mesh num segments, which assumes a primitive type of triangles. It isn't necessarily going to be a triangles. The problem is that that's hard-coded here. Well, we can easily just primitives prim type. Instead of assuming, we are just going to primitives prim type. Yeah, the problem is that it was assuming that it was triangles when creating the mesh object, that is. So again, even though technically what I want to do is detect it. Vast East Beta. Those are working now, but this little math that I'm doing here this little math that I'm doing in here, I mean, the depth should be done before this if check, and that way, as I move, I can make stuff appear and disappear. Right, so there's my full thing. If I zoom in enough, that is correct. Okay, so box is working again. We're gonna try with cube now. Cube is working again. Like I said, it is a messed up cube. But yeah. Local space, world space, view space, clip space. We're getting there. It's just not you gotta go step by step, you know. Right now there's no such thing as local space or world space for that matter. We have view space, which is the translation that I'm doing in there. It's already clipping only near plane, not far plane, but that's because I'm not doing anything particularly difficult from there, and I'm only rendering wires for the time being, so I'm not super worried about like pixels just yet. I actually don't know what to do with those. I'm not sure what the projection should look like for that. That's rasterizing, right? That's an entirely different story, which we'll get to eventually, but not right now. Okay. Also, this is kind of like vertex to pixel, but all very hard coded for the time being. If I wasn't doing debugging, I would already be looking into these things. Okay, let's see Mrs. Azuzi, how she's doing. So she's a triangle. She's looking better. She's looking a little better, I would say. Okay. But am I doing some kind of processing on the I don't know, negative y-axis or something? I do have some negative y-axis, I have some negative x-axis, and I have some negative z-axis. So it's not in the OBJ parser. I believe that's probably working fine. The problem is she still has like 3,000 things in there. And even if I do the windmill, it has about the same number of vertices, so yeah, but we can kind of tell. Is that loss of precision? I can't really tell what's happening. But yeah, at the very least, my render is working a lot better now. Okay, hold on. For example, tell me the number of faces that you're rendering. 1,707. This is for the windmill, of which I have the blend file. Not in here though. I have it in the desktop. I can just look at how many faces it has. 1,709. It's kind of missing 2 faces. Oh no, triangles. 1,707. Yeah, when you remove this. The blades are actually the most complex part of the entire build, by the way. You can kind of see the shape of it. Like, it's very, very basic. Okay, so the number of triangles is calculated correctly. Can I assume that the number of vertices is also calculated correctly? The problem is, how do we know what the fuck is going on? All right, I think we're gonna go with Donut. So Suzanne, as much as I thought was gonna be a bit of an easier build, ended up not being so. Or Icosphere, maybe? No, Donut. What's the best shape that I can use to debug this problem Monkey, we already saw it's too much. I'm gonna try icosphere. And I can even reduce the number of vertices that it has, right? So I can make it have just one subdivision. And that gives us essentially, yep, 20 faces, 20 triangles. That's perfect. So a very, very basic type of, it's a D20 really. I was gonna say a sphere, it's a D20. That's what we're gonna call it. I rend resources D20 OBJ, and we're gonna triangulate even though it's already triangulated just for the sake of it. Okay, so render that as triangles and D20.obj. Great. Okay, that's actually super helpful. Okay, we gotta check that this is the same as this. All right, so last row is pretty easy. 0, 1, 0, yep. 089 ends in 5, 44 ends in 15, then 0. Everything looks good so far. Let me look up here. -1, 72, 44, 50, 52. Signs of the Y. There we go. Signs of the X too. It is the parsing. What do you know? What do you friggin' know? Wait, Z as well? I didn't notice. Oh yeah, they're all freaking missing. Are you serious? It's the same. It's the same damn bug. Again, they clearly delimited V1. V2 and V3 will show me what else went wrong. I'm pissed off that this bug keeps showing up. Alright. Let me see, the first one that's wrong is, for example, like this -44 gets turned into a 44, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, the 44s. But the problem is they're not all negative. But the first 5 should be negative, and instead they're ending up positive. 0 is correct. Then we got -1. Then we got 0, that is correct. 72, that is correct. -44, that is correct. I am reading them correctly. But then the damn float. I guess they don't all float down here. It's the float converter. Again. You should be parsing an int64. All right, so show me integer and fractional and see what's going on with those. Oh, I just did build. Hold on. What I gotta do is this. All right. 0, 0, -1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 7, 2, blah, blah, blah. I see. When the number is -0, the integer parser turns it into 0. It loses the sign. Because what I'm doing is I'm parsing two integers, so it makes sense. I kind of hate the idea of putting just a if I equals 0 and um input equals to 2 minus, then I guess invert the sign of f, because I is already 0, so it's not gonna invert anything. Or I can just in this case, it's gonna be explicitly -1. Otherwise, it's gonna be the sign that we report. Yeah, I don't love that, but it it works. Okay. I guess. Okay, Mrs. Zuzi. Hey, there we go. She's looking weird, but she's looking. She's looking deformed. What's up, Mrs. Zuzi? Why are you looking at me like that? All right, let's go with the windmill. A boo. Boom? Question mark? Yeah, I think it's there. I just think it gets deformed because of the projection that we're doing. But I think mesh-wise, it doesn't look like it exploded, you know? Again, it doesn't look like I lost the tower defense game. Now I kind of wish I had another one of these coffees. It's pretty good. Gave me a lot of energy. Okay. Okay, so I did end up making a change in here. That's pretty cool. So real quick, just gonna commit you to the insane asylum. Coffee is a good keyword. What do you mean? Okay, that's good. Now, pretty sure all I did in here can go away. It's just more logs, which we don't need. Goodbye. I did allow different types. I do have vector 3 in here. I was considering, should I make vector 3 just part of the math library, or should I make it... Because I am considering making this project into the render library, and then even integrate it inside of the shared library as a submodule. Just so it's not like a bloated ass library of 50 million different I was gonna say personalities, but I meant yeah, maybe I want to undo this. Just so that all 3D math is all in the same library, and then I can include it in the redlib library as a submodule, but if you don't want it, you don't have to use it. I can't word today, but that's what I meant. Okay, primitive type gets passed into the mesh. That's good. We have proper depth. That is good. And what I'm not going to include is these, but I am going to include a Mrs. Zuzi. Okay, so renderer. Customizable depth. Then mesh obj specify polygon type. Oh, let's call it primitive. and then and half of that didn't make it into commit. Wonderful. Okay, I'm not going to commit the cred files for the mesh just yet until they work. There's no point in that. That's also why I marked them experimental instead of overwriting mesh.c and mesh.h, because those are handwritten. There are warnings, but it's this. Yeah. Although they got a point. Nope. No, they don't. The memory is needed. I love how it complains, you're not using this file, and if I remove it, this function is not defined. But you can't have it both ways, come on. You can't have it both ways. Okay. Now. I can already customize the object that I load into the mesh. Sure. The mesh that, into the mesh and then gets rendered. And I can customize its primitive type, though it always has to be the same. Again, my OBJ parser should triangulate if it's not a triangle. Because otherwise, like the cube, did I end up rendering the cube, by the way? Kind of ends up looking weird no matter what you do. Because it is a weird mesh. There's not much to do about it. Hold on. Hold on. You're being real weird because this is never showing up. Is it? Am I ever gonna see it on screen? Yes. Okay. No, you're not being weird, actually. That's just what it looks like. Okay. Yeah, but either way, I should probably triangulate the object. No matter what it is, make its primitive always a triangle, unless it's a handmade mesh, which again, since I do want to do like some procedural generation type of algorithms and whatnot, I will be using quads directly sometimes. But I cannot be bothered with that right now. That's really not what's important right now. But the good news is we have Mrs. Susie now, which we can work off. She's not there. There she is. Okay. The projection that we are doing, again, is very, very, very basic. Again, we're essentially just dividing by the depth. Is that correct? Technically. But number one, that is a projection onto like screen space, which is already kind of weird because we expect Z to always be the depth. You kind of have to apply rotation to that, I guess. It is very limited, so I've also reached the end of my knowledge, I believe. And by my knowledge, I mean Zozing's little formula. Pretty much. Okay. In reality, what normally happens is pretty much actually someone left it in a comment in the chat a while ago. There it is. Local space to world space to view space to clip space to NDC space? I don't know what that is. NDC space. Homogeneous coordinates. Normalized device coordinates. Okay. To pixel space. which can't claim to be doing a whole lot of that. But those are kind of the steps that we need to do. Local to world. World to... I already forgot. Screen space? Well, view. View to clip. Still don't know what the NDC stands for, but I'll put it in the list. And then NDC to pixel. Okay, but I mean, I know how to do this type of stuff, even though it's the kind of stuff that I don't need to do. And technically, this is already what I'm doing with this very basic thing here. But like, is there a name for this? So I can properly research it. I was about to go to that website actually, learn OpenGL. Well, no, I wasn't about to go for it for this, but like just to look at OpenGL syntax once I eventually start doing that. Okay, so local space for object space, world space, view space for eye space, clip space, and screen space. Okay. So yeah, the normalized device coordinates, are they mentioned here at all? Okay. OpenGL expects all the vertices that we want to become visible to be visible in normalized device coordinates after each vertex shader run. That is, the x, y, and z coordinates of each vertex should be between -1 and 0 and 1. Coordinates outside of this range will not be visible. What we usually do is specify the coordinates in a range or space we determine ourselves, and the vertex shader transforms these coordinates to normalized device space coordinates. These NDCs are then given to the rasterizer to transform them into 2D coordinates and pixels on your screen. The rasterizer is the part that we're currently kind of skipping for the time being, so the last step, I'm gonna call screen. Because we are just rendering wires. From one space to the next coordinate, we'll use several transformation matrices, which are important are the model, view, and projection matrix. Our vertex coordinates start in local space as local coordinates, and they're further processed to world coordinates, view coordinates, clip coordinates, and eventually end up as screen coordinates. Okay, we can kind of skip the screen, right? Seems better than well, whatever was there before, pixel. Yeah. Because I've heard it called screen coordinates. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I actually have some like a screen coordinate to world coordinate conversion in my 2D engine, so a lot simpler than this, but I'll keep the same naming convention, so it's better to call it screen. Okay, we're gonna skip the local to world. We're just going to kind of assume that since we only have one object that we're rendering right now, we are not going to be doing this conversion. Also, I'm pretty sure this conversion is just gonna be handled by the engine itself, or by whatever you're doing. Screen space coordinate is usually the clip one. No, wait, now I'm confusing because you're saying the clip one, but you're also saying the final one is the screen? So which one are you referring to? Because world to view, I can understand. View to clip, we're just doing clipping, right? Clip to NDC and NDC to screen, I understand that. Just like what name should I use for all of them? But yeah, just even though I'm gonna be kind of like glossing over the local, I'm gonna keep it in the list. Is that NDC the same as screen? Well, what I mean by this is the rasterizer step, pretty much. But okay, so local coordinates is like the coordinate of the object. So right now the coordinates of my object and the coordinates of the world are the same. That's not usually the case. So for example, this vertex here, does it say where the vertex is actually located? No, but let's say it's at Z1, right? Or the problem is Blender uses Z up, whereas I'm using Y up. But yeah, on the upper axis, on the vertical axis, it's, let's say, at 1 from the center of the object. It is also at 1 from the center of the world. But if I do this, it's still at 1 from the center of the object, but it's now at, I don't know, 2 from the center of the thing. So that's the local to world space conversion that I'm not doing right now. I'm just assuming that my object is located at the exact center of the world with no rotation. We're not even doing rotation right now. We don't even have sine and cosine, so we can't do that. So that's the part that we're glossing over. Clip to NDC and NDC to screen and viewport is done by the fixed pipeline. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Because NDC to screen and viewport is essentially just rasterizing, right? If I'm not mistaken. Having never written this part of graphics code. Maybe I've done some vertex shaders here and there, but I have never written the actual back end of it, so... there's a lot of stuff that you even, like, gloss over. Scaling it to the correct frame buffer size, yeah. Okay, so local coordinates are the coordinates of your object relative to its local origin. They're the coordinates your objects begin in. The next step is to transform the local to world coordinates, which are the coordinates in respect to the larger world. This is what will allow us to have, like, multiple objects that are not overlapping, but again, we only have one object, we don't care about this part. Next, we transform the world coordinates to view space coordinates in such a way that each coordinate is as seen on the camera or viewer's point of view. This is handled by the vertex shader, if I'm not mistaken. Please correct me if I am wrong. But I do believe that is the job of the vertex shader, which also handles the type of projection that you're doing. When they're in view space, we want to project them to clip coordinates. Clip coordinates are processed to the -1 and 1 range to determine which vertices will end up on the screen. It's camera transformation. My job is app development. It has nothing to do with this. Local to world and view is done, and view to projection is done to in the vertex shader. Yep. Okay. So after we're in view space, we want to project them to clip coordinates. Clip coordinates are processed to the -1 and 1 range and determine which vertices will end up on the screen. Projection to clip space coordinates can add perspective if using perspective projection. So that part is also part of the vertex shader, right? Sounds like. And lastly, we transform the clip coordinates to screen coordinates in a process we call the viewport transform that transforms the coordinates from -1 to 1 to the coordinate range defined by the GL viewport. This is the part that's handled entirely by GL in the case of OpenGL, by my pipeline in my case. You probably got a slight idea of what individual space is used for. The reason we're transforming our vertices into these different spaces is that some operations can make more sense or are easier to use in certain coordinate systems. Modifying your object, you do that in local space. Moving your object, you do in world space. And texturing your object, you do in render space. So in, like, not render space, in the rasterization process, in the fragment shader and whatnot. 1 to 4 is all vertex, 5 is the fixed pipeline. Okay. The reason I was going to go to learn OpenGL in the first place is I wanted to see a very simple example of the most basic fragment and vertex shader, because to be honest, I haven't written one in years. So I just wanted to see a very, very basic example of it that they may have just to reference it and to understand what it should look like. Do we have that? Transformations. Maybe this might be the actual, like, thing that I'm looking at. No, not quite. It's doing vectors and whatnot. Matrices, which we'll need to get to. So maybe this page will be useful eventually. But shaders. I glanced over the shaders part. Here it is. GLSL We're gonna write them in C, obviously. It's not like I'm trying to make a parser for GLSL or HSL, LSS, LLS, GLS, whatever the fuck these are called. They have some kind of confusing name, these like shader languages. And I never remember what they are. 3 blog posts that explain transformations and also how the matrices are built. Yes, please, drop a link. Okay, let me see. The position variable has attribute position 0. Oh, it's the first. Okay, no, never mind. I don't care about that. You have a vector 3 position, and you produce a vertex color. That part is configurable. See how we directly give a vector 3 to vector 4's constructor? Why do you do that? Oh, because you're doing flat. Okay, so maybe I don't want the simplest of shaders. Yeah, the usual like linear algebra type of things, matrices. Right, first off, matrix transformation. Why is it not opening? A. Vertex positions are 3-dimensional values. Operations can be performed on these, like translate, rotate, and scale, and result in a new transformed position. Homogeneous coordinates. Right, what the vector represents are 3D positions conceptually. When undergoing transformation, the represented is having 4 dimensions. Right, because that makes it easier for doing... Okay, matrices only encode relative transformations, so the same matrix can be applied to multiple vertices. This is gonna break my brain. So excited to do 3D rendering. I forgot about the math involved in it and how I get stage fright when it comes to math, apparently. I'm like this. Start sweating. No idea. Wrong. Trial and error, and eventually I get it right. The worst part is I have done it. I have done like matrix stuff. I've studied it. I've worked with it, but all right. Before we even start going over this stuff, again, skipping over the local to world, even though I said I was gonna keep it there. What the draw segment is doing is it's taking 2 points and joining them with a line and also projecting them. So this is the first part that we want. And here we're doing some very basic clipping. Here we're doing some very basic translation. And here as well. But we need to get a little bit more complex than this, of course. My x0, y1 calc is clipped to screen. This part, you mean? Yes. Nice. So we can kind of just like... Yeah, the 100 thing is transforming from not really -1 to 1, because we're also allowing any kind of value. I'm gonna keep trying to drink from this thing. I've gone up twice since the stream started and I haven't thrown it off. Thrown it away, not thrown off. The div max f is NDC transformation. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. The plus equals death is hard-coded non-rotational view transformation. All right, so that helps a little bit put it in perspective of what's going on here. All right. So here we're just getting the vertices. This we said is non-rotational, of course. View transformation. We are moving the view itself. Technically also the plus origin is part of that. I'm just not right, because origin is in screen space, not really in world space. So yeah, it is being applied in so this here is clipping, whereas the maxf, yeah, origin is pixel space. It's pixel coordinates that I'm getting directly from the screen. Usually you wouldn't do that, it's just for convenience. So yeah. Let me see what else you said here. NDC, because it is normalizing the values in terms of depth though only. The times 100 is the NDC to screen. Origin is happening on screen space. Have I labeled everything correctly? Oh, and I guess the negatives. Coordinates. I don't know what to call it. But essentially just because screen space uses y up. No, y positive going down. The other one uses positive going up. Is that coordinate? I don't know what to call that, but yeah. Okay, we have everything kind of labeled. Keeping in mind that we do have some hard-coded stuff going on here and here, just for the sake of convenience, because we are doing a very basic type of rendering right now. All right, but I was finding it easier to understand like the OpenGL. What OpenGL? Okay, like I said, we're skipping local space. The view space is what people refer to as the camera of OpenGL. The view space is the result of transforming your world space to coordinates that are in front of the user's view. The view space is thus the space as seen from the camera's point of view. That would be, this is a transformation happening on it. And this here is the second article on the blog. Yeah, because what was the first one? Oh, this was just explaining what the matrices do. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll need it, but not right now. Okay, let me read this one. Scenes are typically described as objects in three-dimensional space, with each object comprised many three-dimensional vertices. Rendered displayed on a flat screen. Rendering a scene is always relative to the camera, and as such, the scene's vertices must always define it relative to the camera's view. Oh, there's a little GIF, which we gotta wait for it to finish looping, I guess. No, we don't. Oh, it was already at the beginning. Okay, that's world space. Camera space. Okay, so this is just like visualizing the normalized device coordinate. Very nice. I like the animation. That's not your vlog. Still nice animation. When drawing on mesh in an OpenGL pipeline, a vertex shader will process every vertex, expecting the vertex's position to be defined in clip space. Model view projection is a common series of matrix transformations that can be applied to a vertex defined in model space, transforming it into clip space, which can then be rasterized. Sorry, I'm a little confused by the wording here. Expecting the vertex's position to be defined in clip space, but then it talks about how it transforms it to clip space. The vertex shader does that transformation, right? Is what I believe. The final output of the vertex is clip space. Okay, so it's a little bit weirdly worded because it sounds like clip space is the input to vertex, not the output. But yes, I expect the output to vertex to be clip. In terms of that, right now we have nothing going on for our mesh. We're already starting assuming clip space. So we're going directly there, which we probably will want to convert, you know? We'll probably want to do a little bit of that, a little bit of the matrix transformation and whatnot. Just preparing for the math. Hold on, let me do it again. It's okay, it's math, it's simple. In the case of this example, you're in clip space already, so you're assuming just 2D objects for now. Yeah, more so, it's not that I am in clip space, it's that I'm skipping anything that gets me to clip space, kind of. I would want to have some sort of vertex shader, of course. Do I have anything to tie my hair here? No. That'll have to do for now. Okay, so if we want a vertex shader, we'll probably put it here. shader. And if we wanted a rasterizer with a fragment shader, it would go here. Well, here, ideally, before you actually do the drawing, otherwise what's the point? But again, the rasterizer is a thing that we're gonna skip for now. We're just gonna do like wireframe today. Right, I remember. Again, that's why I was looking for an example of a simple vertex shader. I wish I had one written already. Because of course, like, you already have it built in. It's a one-liner in OpenGL, you mean? We don't have that luxury here. Projection, view, model, and vertex position times 1. Yeah. You just need to have those matrices and then matrix multiplication in your engine already, which we don't have. So yeah, no, I saw it. Here it is. It's actually this simple. It's one line, very, very simple stuff going on. If you don't have OpenGL, though, good luck. Yeah, this is doing the projection part. GLM is a math library. It's like for the shaders, right? If I'm not mistaken. It's a shader math library, again, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's not for the shaders? Damn, I thought it was. Alright, so I guess my next question is, what do I do next? I probably do need to define a very basic... Yeah. I love doing this, I can't lie. Through the back of the skull to the front, yes. Yes. Um... Because it's facing towards negative. And we're looking at it... No, we're looking at it like this. We're supposed to be looking at it like this anyway. So this is a little bit weird. How do you do like this? Front orthographic with... I'm doing OBJ. It seems like it's inverting them, isn't it? Because what we're really seeing is... Which button do I press for this? Isn't there one? what we're really seeing is this. Except we're seeing it as wireframe, so what we're seeing is this. Then, you know. But yeah, we do have a perspective. Just this puts you in in orthographic mode. It's because you skip in the view and projection part. Oh, okay. Understood. So that's probably the next part I need to do. Just a little, like, I don't want to keep going unless I know that that's the reason, but I guess I should. Okay. So that part should be handled by a vertex shader, which good luck with that. Jesus Christ. A vertex shader, what it will do is just it's gonna transform. What's its output gonna be? A 3-dimensional one, right? Perspective division is applied to the clip space coordinates. No, the output of a vertex shader is still going to be 4-dimensional. Again, though, that's why I wanted to look at. I should have gotten an example of this. Should have researched a little bit, maybe. Projection matrix maps a given frustum range to clip space, but also manipulates the W value of each vertex coordinate in such a way that the further away a vertex coordinate is from the viewer, the higher the W component becomes. Once the coordinates are transformed to clip space, they are in the range of -W to W. OpenGL requires the visible coordinates fall between -1 to 1 as the final vertex shader output. Thus, once the coordinates are in clip space, perspective division is applied to the clip space coordinates. Each component of the vertex coordinate... I mean, it is kind of the same thing that I'm doing, but I'm doing it on 3 dimensions, not 4. So I'm assuming the output of my vertex shader should be a 4-dimensional vertex, not a 3-dimensional one. And then I should apply XYZ divided by W to create a 3-dimensional one. I'm using Z as W. I guess what I'm confused about is the 4 values that they have versus the 3 that I have when I'm doing this. I understand that that's what I'm doing. Where is it? I understand that that's what I'm doing here for the 2 segments that I am drawing for. What I don't understand is what's the 4th one? Because what I'm calling Z, they're calling W. I get that part. But then what is this Z here? Maybe I should read the whole thing and not just half of it. No, I get that the W is the 4th. Just what does it represent? Well, no. What does the 3rd one represent then? Not orthographic. We're doing perspective. We're to enjoy the graphics the real life has to offer. Never have. W is Z plus depth. Third blog explains that. All right, hold on. Okay. Yeah, a super simplified version of it. All right. Objects are rendered from the viewer's position and displayed on a flat screen like a phone or laptop. Transformation can represent by a projection matrix which may encode both perspective, like a camera's focal length, as well as the transformation to normalize device coordinates. They're often more confusing part of the GL pipeline, are notoriously difficult to debug, and can be parameterized in several different ways. The following fundamental equations attempt to clarify the process and provide reference. Yeah, the weird FOV is probably due to that, yes. Especially because it's zooming in, which like it doesn't expect you to do. With the projection that I'm doing. Orthographic and perspective. Again, we're not really doing either of those, or isometric for that matter. Though I don't know how isometric works, as a matter of fact, but they do not visualize depth, and they're often used for schematics, architectural. No, okay. Perspective, yeah, we want that. When a type of projection is used, the end result is a 4D homogeneous coordinate in clip space. So yes, the output of my vertex shader should be a 4D vertex, not a 3D vertex. In the OpenGL pipeline, this value then gets divided by W, becoming a 3D vector in normalized device coordinates, and any vertex outside of the -1 to 1 range gets clipped. Okay. All right, so dividing by the W. Okay. And then after that, I have to transform it to 2D on the screen, which again you can always make the W dimension to make shit appear and disappear on your screen for no reason. I was so eager to write the W that I wrote it in here. Beautiful. Okay, so just for the sake of it, right? We have a vector 3, a vector 4, not fragment, vert shader takes in a vector 3, produces a vector 4. All right, so I'm just trying to visualize the pipeline, right? For that matter, we'll get to that part eventually. XY and viewport. Uh-huh. Okay. I'm starting to understand. I am starting to understand. So I run these two through a vertex shader, and I transform them into 4-dimensional vectors, if I know how to type anyway. And then on those W's, I do the clipping. And then I divide them by their W's. Whereas this part would happen in the shader itself. But how would I I also have to do it for the Z-axis, right? -1 to 1, but do you... The clipping doesn't occur in the W? Where does it occur then? But I should also do this for the Z, I believe. After I move to NDC. Oh, right. Okay, understood. Understood. So from these vectors, I then want to transform them into vector 3s. These names are not super helpful. So, all right, this is probably going to go to the vertex shader, I believe. So I'm just going to call you to W. No, these are clip space, right? So clip 0, clip 1. And these become the V0 and V1, which are done through C0X divided by C0W, C0Y divided by C0W. Every time I put a dot, it just gets messed up. And then the clipping should happen on all of them. Should it be an and though? Like if both vertices are entirely outside of bounds? Because again, I do have the case in which like maybe one of them is behind, but the other one is in front, so part of the line would be drawn. And that's what this is clipping. Or should I just not do early return at all? Probably let's not do early return at all, yeah. Alright, hold on. Let's just go step by step here. Good thing I did that, because that made this variable unused, and I realized that it was supposed to be used here and it wasn't. Okay, so the vertex shader is going to give me a 4-dimensional vector. I am then going to take that 4-dimensional vector and I am going to divide it by the W to get back a 3-dimensional vector, but this time it is going to be normalized. It's done on the GPU. Yeah, keep in mind this is the GPU. Keep that in mind. For now, we kind of do want to simplify, I guess, though. All right. Now I'm a little bit lost. Just to fill this in. If you want to do that for a line, then you need to get the position where the line clips and output only that position. Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured. But, all right, what I'm struggling... This runs on a shape, by the way. Yeah, we're not doing like pixels, like rasterization just yet. We're just drawing wireframes. I would show it, but I just destroyed it, so I can't. All right, so I understand that the vertex shader is going to give me the projection in clip space, and I understand that the division that I was doing before with the Z, I'm now doing with the W. I guess I don't understand how to go from a 3-dimensional to a 2-dimensional. Right, that's kind of what I need to understand here. Because I don't believe it's going to be the exact same that it was before, right? Considering that was actually doing it. Well, I do wonder what happens if I run this. Yeah, kind of expected it to look somewhat like that. Wait, hold on. There, all right. She's back. Yeah, so we do need the projection, and I guess I need to research the rasterizer part of it. Which I haven't at all. But let's just continue writing our vertex shader for a bit here. Just bring back the depth. Now handled by the vertex shader, which makes more sense because this type of movement should be handled by the vertex shader. This one currently isn't. Not really hackish. Shouldn't the vertex shader kind of handle this type of movement? Keep in mind, this is me like moving the camera. The problem is my vertex shader is just a C function right now. I don't know that I would consider that hackish. You should do the X, Y, Z, W transformations and then use W. Yeah, but the thing about depth is I'm just changing its meaning here. Let me put it this way. This is me moving the camera, not really anything else. Yeah, it's called depth because it used to be like... Okay, I think my neighbor just dropped her keys. It's called depth because it used to be done like that, but now I want it to be like moving the camera, essentially. In normal vertex shaders, you multiply the camera matrix by the vector. Yeah. The problem is I don't have matrices yet, so I'm just... That part I'm hacking together, let's be clear, yes. But the depth here is camera movement, essentially. Actually, you know what? Camera Z camera Y. Again, this should be handled by a matrix. I guess eventually we'll get to that point, but right now we're not there yet. So camera X. Let's create. Well, we don't really have rotation at this very second, so matrices are not super necessary this very second, but they will be also with perspective, right? Camera position. Zero, 0, 2 as a default. And now we pass the camera position to the vertex shader. So that probably makes it a little bit clearer. As you change coordinates to be the local camera. Yeah, what this origin here is coming from this. Well, no, I do need it here, but I just don't want to modify it. That's what I'm saying. This becomes camera position X, camera position Y. Now I probably don't want to do the 25 anymore. So that's quite a lot more. Well, this camera position Z. And mid should still stay as here, middle of the screen. Why the fuck are we rotating? Suzanne, what's happening to you? Yeah, I think my renderer needs an FOV slider, maybe. That would be nice to have. Or not. Cool. Yeah, what we need is a proper camera matrix, not an FOV slider. Well, FOV slider is part of that, but yeah. What am I left with then? Okay. Mostly my question is, I want to write the fixed part of the pipeline to then focus on writing the vertex shader part of the pipeline. But I guess I have to look into how a rasterizer works. And I mean, what I have right now is technically working, but that's probably not super accurate. But I do need a bathroom break, and there's an ad coming up in a little bit, so I'm gonna move it up and I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, we are back. And um hold on, I do remember something. I was reading the chat earlier. But essentially I just used the X and Y, right? So I just kind of dismissed the C here. The Z here, I mean. Because I'm already doing the division here by W, I just made W1. But what I should have done is kind of like this, which then allows me to skip the Z here. That makes a lot more sense. Though I have to be careful with divide by 0. Yeah, a little bit careful with divide by 0, perhaps. Oh, wait. And if I want to make it even more correct, I believe this, weird as it looks, is the way to make her look like she's facing me, which is what's supposed to be happening. Okay. Uh-huh. So what I have here is a conversion from the positive y up to the positive y down of the screen. This part here, which is NDC to screen, and I'm already just dismissing the Z component because I don't really need it anymore. Assuming, my assumption here being that the vertex shader will put the correct value here. So I guess, but at least that moves me to information that we already have. So. All right, so let me Z info could be used for a Z buffer. Yeah, but for a very basic version of this, we're good. W value describes the scale of our component relative to the center of projection. A value of 1 therefore means that no scaling occurs. Thus, when W is 1, it has no effects on the values of the x, y, or z coordinates, so setting it to 1 is a very reasonable initial value. In the code with the final vertices, we set everything to 1, which essentially delegates the responsibility of updating the component to the projection matrix. Once all the calculations are done, W will probably no longer be equal to 1. What if it is, though? Yeah, it's not going to have any particularly interesting effect, pretty much. Yeah. It's just kind of... This would be orthographic projection, right? If we want to get technical about it. the one I don't know about is isometric projection. Projectino. I just realized now that I kind of always considered it to just be orthographic, but now that I think about it, like I actually think about it, I'm like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Is it just a rotated orthographic? It's an axonometric projection. It's a type of orthographic projection. Oh, so it is. Used for creating a pictorial drawing of an object where the object is rotated around one or more axes to reveal multiple sides. So it is. Okay. So I wasn't super wrong in thinking that it was orthographic. It's just orthographic but rotated. Understood. Understood. Okay. So, with a very basic... Again, I don't think we need any more complexity in the rasterizer part of it, because we already have... we're again dismissing the Z component. And it seems like it just rotates. I'm not going to read the whole article for something that I'm not looking to implement right now, though I may want to isometric in my game. It's not a priority right now. If you think about it, yeah, it kind of is. Just orthographic rotated. Yeah, so my rasterizer right now is very basic, and it doesn't need any more complexity than it has right now because it just uses wireframes. The part that's going to be more complex, and I honestly have zero clue how it works, is once we want to actually fill in the mesh. That part... I'm just thinking now. Orthographic rotated by 45 degrees. Okay, yeah. That's a very simple explanation, yeah. So I wasn't wrong in what I thought. Okay, what I'm thinking now, though, is that once I want to generalize this code, draw segment isn't really the correct name for it. And it's not really arranged in the correct way. This whole thing is this. Tessellation? Wait, it's not rasterization? Oh no, that has nothing to do with it. Rasterization is the conversion of vector graphics into a raster image. The rasterized image may then be displayed on the computer display, video display, printer, or stored in a bitmap file format. Cool. Yeah, this works for now, but I'll have to refactor it once I am doing actual rasterization. But hey, okay. We already have to do matrix. You good? Hold on. I have now gotten up 3 times and still have this here. Anywho. Just kind of want to label my code a little bit. Rasterisation. Because it just ends up drawing one line. Okay. So yes, the part of this that we now need to expand is the vertex shader itself. Now, technically, the vertex shader should be handled by whoever writes it, which shouldn't be my job. I need to provide them the tools to do this. Which again brings me to can I find a very simple example of a vertex shader, please? Hold on, let me do basic orthographic vertex shader. Why is it this long? Just real quick. Do we have... No. Can we use C syntax highlighting? It should be close enough. Since it is a C-like language. Wonder what C-like language I can use for this. Makes you think, makes you think. All right, so as an input, they're passing a 4-vector position. Texture coordinates, we're not doing textures, so it's fine. Do they just work with hard-coded values, essentially? No, right? I have to say, from what I remember from writing actual shaders, they tend to have some very, some occasional, like, don't worry about it type of thing. Like, what is GL position? Just looking at this code, I cannot tell. I understand it's the position, it's not hard to tell. But where is it declared? Where does it go to? This type of stuff isn't super clear just by looking at this code. Then again, this code is from someone asking why isn't it working, so I probably shouldn't have picked this one. It's just that I didn't have easier. Yeah, and I know they have parameters. It's usually in these attributes, right? C lines 1 through 7, yeah. It is all of these. So this one is output, and so is this one. This one could be, but then... oh, it's because it doesn't work. Okay, so it should work like this, right? If this guy's code worked, which... have they been told the solution? Actually, might as well just include it. I'm more concerned about this. What does this mean? Matrix multiplication is not commutative. Okay. Let's do a little experiment. Basic orthographic vertex shader example. I want to look at how they structure their code so I can learn how to structure my code. How much time are we going to take to find actually just someone's basic working example? This is promising, but I know how Google works nowadays. Okay. Again, even too basic for what I need, but good. GL position is in fact a hard-coded value. Again, because they're working with a pseudo C language, I'm working with C because I'm doing everything in the CPU right now. So I actually have to have like a return type of value here. But from what I saw in the other one, GL position and V translated origin. Not sure what that one's about. This is a fragment shader, which skip. A position is input, yeah. Wait, the input is 4-dimensional. In older versions of GLS, oh my god, I can never read that name. GL position is fixed thing that just exists. In newer versions, you would create it yourself and set it to the identifier you want. Okay, I actually prefer the second one. But again, GLSL is a luxury we can't afford. We're doing everything in C, we're doing everything in the CPU. Input can be a vector 3 or 4. Yeah, I'm just wondering what they're passing as the fourth parameter before getting into the shader, but that's not my problem. I'm assuming it's 1, probably. See, this is a little bit clearer. This is, what language is this actually? GLSL still. Okay. Because in and out is a lot clearer. And I remember this. I don't remember attribute, but I probably have also used that. Yeah, but the GL position is always hard-coded. At least here. Okay, but you'll notice that we were not, in fact, given a very basic orthographic vertex shader example in this article. So like I said, it was, in fact, promising, but it wasn't what I was looking for. It's not what I Googled. This feels more like what I Googled. Hell, this is actually the entire damn thing. The qualifier's attributes and variant are deprecated. You're supposed to use in and out from GitHub. I'm assuming GitHub 2014. All right, that tracks for why I don't recognize them. Okay. This is literally the entire pipeline for which I am very glad to have. Scratchapixel.com. Okay. So that gives us... we can even see it better when we don't have Dark Reader getting in the way of us. Our vertex is in world space. It gets transformed to camera space outside of the vertex shader. Is that right? ES 2.0 specification. They use variant and attribute. Those are, why would they use those names? So weird. Okay. But This is literally the entire code just written for me already. Kind of. Kind of. Again, I'm a little confused by the camera space transformation happening outside of the vertex shader. But like I said, it's not even a thing that I'm worrying about right now, so we're going to skip it. Okay, we start with a vertex in camera space, but with homogeneous coordinates x, y, z, and w equals 1, which is kind of what I ended up doing. So yeah, goodbye. A non-working shader from some guy on Stack Overflow. We don't need you anymore. Well, that's not really what I'm doing anymore. Now it is what I'm doing, and if I just leave it like that, we have a very basic orthographic projection. Cool. All right. So we're going to call this vector 4. Do they use a name here for the sake of it? No. Can I bring back that guy's code? No, that's okay. Let's call it cam position. And then we want to have an out v, which for now we're just going to set to the camera position, and we're going to return out v. That is our vertex shader for the time being, which again will give us the same thing that we had before, the very basic orthographique. Okay. Z is Z plus camera. Not for orthographic. Yeah, for that matter, hold on. No, wait. Yeah. Because this is the yeah. This is the camera position. Okay. Which again, I feel like this conversion happens inside of the shader, whereas in this graph it shows this as happening outside of the shader. Also because it's a matrix multiplication, so you would expect it to be happening in the is the adjusted vertex including offset from view? Yeah. Because we don't have rotation, we're good with just making it a simple thing like this. But really, it should be a whole like matrix projection, and I do believe it happens in the vertex. You normally subtract camera. I was before, wasn't I? Hold on, let me. None of this is on Git. I kind of have to go with it. Oh, yeah, I was. Well, in a kind of roundabout way. But now I am. We make this back to what it was. Yeah, I kind of screwed that up, didn't I? Yeah, before I was doing this. Okay. Yeah. It should come from the matrix stuff. Okay. Thank you for laying out the entire matrix multiplication for me here. That's actually incredibly convenient. What we don't have right now is a matrix type. which we're gonna have to create and then populate. Zero zero 1 0 2 0 3 0 0 1 1 1 Right, so let's begin by doing that. And I'm sure that even though I'm doing this in the CPU, I can have some optimizations with the SMD type of instructions like I did in the Vector 2 stuff. But God, that was a pain in the ass. Especially when it came to like x86 support for that. Jesus. That was a whole thing. All right. How do I lay it out? Just like I don't love that. Because that's 16 different values that I need to lay out. There is also the option of doing this. Anything more than that will have to be kind of the compiler should do it automatically. Not sure if it will for bare metal, but maybe it will for cross. For vector force is probably the best way to go about it, I guess. Just that it's better to do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 0, 1, 2, 3. Ideally, we don't overflow the damn buffer. But yeah, because technically the correct syntax is to have a double array. Wait, you can have a double array. I thought that wouldn't be syntactically valid. And once I think about it for a second, why would I think that? The other way around. No, maybe not. We were close. I think that is probably better. All right. What does this matrix look like normally? Because I did see that guy had it like hard-coded.
Timbo derided your channel with 45 viewers.
Timbo Day, hey, thank you for the raid. I cannot speak. I cannot speak. What have you been up to? We're doing a projection matrices 3D rendering from scratch on the CPU. I'm loving it. Supposed to be for my operating system, but I'm doing it on cross-platform right now. Because my own operating system is a little tiny bit not super optimized, and this type of stuff is not, you know, great when you're not super optimized. So for the time being, we're doing it on cross-platform with Raylib, and yeah, it works right now. This is just a very basic orthographic projection. We're trying to get a little bit more than that. Okay, yeah, hard-coded isn't quite right. This would be the correct way of doing it. Far and near clip. Is it gonna be the Unix system from Jurassic Park? Sure. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Let's make it that. Okay. I'm understanding. If there's any chance you need to build the array yourself, what do you know, Carmen? Thank you for your graphics blog, by the way. What do you know, Miss Carmen? You are actually 100% correct. There is a chance that I will have to build the array myself. How did you know that? Still wonder how they came up with that formula. Looks like it took some human sacrifices. Uh, well, in a way. Maybe. Okay. The thing is, we don't have tangent. I am technically on cross-platform, so I could just very quickly import libc no the math library that actually Raylib is using. But it's kind of boring, isn't it? So much better to hard code it. But yeah, either way, this would be my projection matrix, right? So inside of my pseudo proj matrix, I probably shouldn't do it in here. It should be better done in here. Uh-huh. I could implement tan from scratch. I mean, if I do it with a lookup table, like you could with just trying to figure out the syntax here before I get to any values. 0 0.0, 0 0.0, 0 0.0. That would be 1. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, is that syntactically correct? Are we Gucci? We Balenciaga over here? A little bit of Prada, perhaps? It compiles, so yes. Okay. Can I just yoink it from someone? That guy did have a projection matrix, but they were telling him how it was wrong, so maybe not that one. The one from above. Yeah, the problem is this kind of. Which means that I can just calculate it manually, I guess. Hard-coded 10. It's always the same one, right? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, yeah. We'll just do that. And for that matter, we're just gonna build it. I think that would make more sense to have a function that builds it. Build proj matrix, where we just assign the proj matrix to this value over here. We take in an FOV, which we're not gonna use. We take in a, because we do need the aspect ratio. So that's why it's better to build it rather than hard code it. Even though my aspect ratio is always the same because I always use the same window size and I don't allow resizing it. It doesn't change the fact that Near and far plane distance. Near, far, and wherever you are. I should also have a matrix identity type of function. New from the... What's the name of the directors? Wachowski sisters. It's matrix identity. It's not super necessary, but I guess it's nice to have. All right. Linear algebra. I recently told a story of my linear algebra professor in university, but I don't remember if I told it on stream or if I just told it to friends. But I'm stalling to not do the math, so I'm gonna tell this story. I was in college. Yeah, I'll do matrix zero once I need it. And I was doing like linear algebra. Well, I was supposed to do linear algebra. And we did one class of linear algebra where the professor essentially just introduced himself, told us, hey, we're going to be doing algebra. We're going to doing like matrices and stuff. Don't worry, it's not difficult. It was actually not difficult. It was pretty cool. It was probably the only time that I actually did well in like any kind of math class was when I was at that university. Do I need the zero one? But next week, this class was on a Friday at like 7:30 p.m. because for whatever reason my university only had night classes for certain classes, and this was one of them. So we had a no, it ended at 7:30, but we had like a 6 p.m. Linear algebra class on Friday, and the professor didn't show up for the second week. He was just like, sorry guys. We had like a WhatsApp group, right? He was like, sorry, but I'm not gonna go to class. Or actually, I don't think he told us. I think we just like showed up to school and then nobody did, and we were just like, should we just go? So we left. The next week, the exact same thing happened. And the next week after that, the same thing happened. Then I think we had a class. And in that class, we told the guy, like, hey, could you warn us when you're not going to come to class? Because, like, we're making our way to the university at, like, 6 p.m., which is when it gets dark in Venezuela, by the way, and it's actually quite dangerous. So, on a Friday night, too. So, hey, if you could, like, warn us about it, that would be cool. So, I created a WhatsApp group, and every single week, this guy would, like, skip class. We had 0 classes. Every single time he was like, don't on Thursday he was like, yeah guys, we're gonna have class. We're gonna have class on tomorrow. Don't worry about it. We're finally gonna have class. We had 2 classes until this point, and only one of those classes we actually did something. Besides creating the WhatsApp group for him to cancel classes. So every Thursday he would go, yeah, there's gonna be class tomorrow. There's gonna be class tomorrow, and then no, there's not gonna be class tomorrow. Sorry, there's not going to be class in 2 hours. Which was... but I was in that university because, like, between the Venezuelan and European, like, school systems, essentially Venezuelans only do, like, 11 years of mandatory education, whereas in Europe, they have a minimum of 12. It depends per country. Usually they do 13. But because of that, then my university in Italy wouldn't allow me to study unless I did 12 years. So I would either have to do the last year of high school in Italy again, or I could do 1 year of university in Venezuela. So that's why I was there. I kind of needed to pass, you know? I needed to have all my stuff in order. I couldn't really afford to waste a semester. So I was like, hey, kind of bothered by this guy not showing up to class. And one more time he was like, don't worry guys, there's gonna be a class today. There's gonna be a class today. No, there's not. So I got fed up and I messaged the WhatsApp group and I was like, listen, I don't know what the fuck you're up to, but you need to show up to class next week. Cause I need to pass this fucking class. There's also other students that were on like scholarships and whatnot, and they also needed to pass this class. So like, what the fuck are you going on about? We're gonna fail because of you, because you literally haven't done a single useful class. And here's the problem: Venezuela is not particularly public transport friendly. So I relied on my mom to take me to class. Except that day, I had already told my mom, hey, there's not gonna be a class today again. I'm gonna talk to the professor because this is fucking unacceptable. But there's not gonna be a class today. So she was off doing her thing. And this motherfucker goes, hey, you know what? Yeah, let's do a class today. 5 people showed up to that fucking class. And every time a man walked in, he was like, is that the guy? Is that the one that messaged? No, I didn't show up. Because again, I didn't have a way to get to school. But yeah, that was very fun. We did end up meeting. I had already seen him in person. Those 2 classes that he showed up, but like he didn't know who I was. But like now he knew he knew my name. He knew this is the guy that made me do my fucking job. This piece of shit fucking like 16-year-old, because I was like maybe 17. I think I was 16 though. We finished school very early in Venezuela actually. And this motherfucker's just like, okay, I have beef with this like teenager now. And every time like a male walked into class, he was like, is that the guy? Guards, is that him? Oh, it's not? Okay, yeah. Welcome. But we did end up meeting the next week. He was like, yeah, I gotta meet this guy. I'm gonna actually show up to class this time because I gotta meet this guy. And he also did a test. He did one class where he introduced himself, and he was also really misogynistic towards the women because he was like, why are there so many women? You guys are studying computer science? That's not normal. That's what he did in the first class, by the way. The entire class was wasted on that, the first one. The second one, which came like 3 weeks later, we actually did a little bit of algebra. Then we didn't have class for like a month until I asked him to please do his job. And I couldn't even go to the fucking class. And the class after that, he was like, yeah, there's gonna be a test. So I hope you studied. Bro, studied what? Studied what? But we did. I essentially learned a little bit of linear algebra on my own. And with the maybe 1 or 2 friends that actually went to that class, we just kind of like found a way to like learn on our own. Showed up to the test. It was incredibly easy. At the very least, it was super easy. And it took him another month to actually tell us how we did on that test. We were just pressuring him every day. This time it wasn't just me. Studied what? Oh, we learned on our own. Internet, and again, what few notes those of us that actually went to the class had. We just kind of like taught ourselves linear algebra pretty much. But yeah, it took him like a month to actually give us the test results, and most of us failed. You would think, shit, no classes, surprise test, most of you failed. That makes sense. Sucks, but it makes sense. Except most of us saw mistakes in the grading. As in, the test was multiple pages, and he only graded one of them, or half of one. So eventually, most of us actually passed. He did try to turn my classmates against me, actually, yes. Doing the test, first off, doing the class last minute and then doing a test the next class, that was 100% to spite me. I know that sounds super like conspiratorial, like, oh, the teacher hates me. But let's face it, I made this guy do his job. Piece of shit that I am. The absolute fucking monster that I am. I made a professor teach. Lock me up. Throw away the key. But yeah, instead of lynching me, my classmates actually just like studied for the test that we were just gonna hallucinate pretty much because we didn't actually learn anything. And yet somehow most of us still passed that test. Even though he failed most of us because he didn't actually bother doing the damn thing. He just didn't bother grading it. He graded the first page and was like, yeah, this is good, this is good. 2 pages? Nah. Fail. Should have done 2 pages. Jesus Christ. So eventually we passed. He singled me out a lot in the like 5 classes that we had throughout the whole semester. And yeah, that was very fun. But eventually, yeah, I didn't really learn a whole lot, to be completely honest with you. But I kind of understand what I'm doing with linear algebra a little bit. That he won't look at backsides. Jesus Christ. I'm in a situation like this. I failed the class somehow. I did my problem sets and I got the lowest grade. I'm not gonna lie to you. After that, in university in Italy, linear algebra was actually the only class that I passed first try that had to do with math. Oh, and by the way, I failed my operating systems class 3 times. If that's inspiring to anyone, since I'm building an operating system, you feel like college is hard. I failed my operating systems class 3 times. How bad was it? Well, 2 times maybe? But I took the test at least 3 times. How do I know this? Because I took it in a classroom with other people the first 2 times. And in the guy's office, in the professor's office, because it was just me taking the test the 3rd time. So, yeah, if that inspires anyone, I'm now building an operating system. Did he ask you a question? Yeah, that's how he singled me out. He would always like call on me immediately. It wasn't even like, all right. It was like, all right, who knows the answer to this? You. It was like that. I don't know about homeschooling, to be honest. All I know is I hated school. Every aspect of it. But I guess homeschooling can be better if you like have the right teachers, I guess. I had to do matrix determinants and mechanics with fucking 1536 as a value. Jesus. That's fun. The OS is... I'm learning new things about my keyboard every day. I got it like 3 days ago, so that's not super surprising. What? How does it work? Hold on. I learned that my keyboard Oh, thank you for pre-calculating the 10 FOV based on what value though? Oh, this one. Okay. Thank you. Hold on, let me save that. Yeah, I'm not super interested in doing like customizable FOV and whatnot. But what was I saying? Yeah. I'm trying to press the key that historically for the last 3 days, well, first off, it's supposed to be print screen, but because my keyboard is in Mac mode, because it has a Mac mode, it opens the terminal. Except now it opens Z. And I'm not sure how to configure which app it opens with just one button. I liked when it was the terminal. Do I click it? No. Do I select the number? No. Function 3 maybe? No. Well, anyway, I guess I'll figure it out. The keyboard is Keychron, is it? Is that the brand? Keychron. I don't remember the exact model. I asked on stream a while ago, and this was one of the recommendations, and then I did some research and ended up buying this one. Yeah, so the operating system is an ARM operating system, which is one of the reasons why I'm doing the 3D renderer for it outside of it, because this is an x86 system, and so it's emulating, that makes it a little bit slower, in addition to being unoptimized and single-threaded. It has some basic capabilities at this point, and honestly, I'm starting to build it a little bit more of a distributed architecture for the system. Actually, yeah, I'm starting to think of how I can build like distributed or asynchronous systems that can seamlessly communicate with other machines on your network that provide certain services that your system doesn't provide. I said it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have a remote GPU unless you're doing like a render farm type of thing or AI, but please don't do that on my system. That would be a bastardization of the system, shitty as it is. But for other things, it can be useful. And the idea is that these services would run either on your local machine or on a distributed machine. Either way, they need to be asynchronous. And so the renderer is supposed to be a service built like this, even though it runs on the CPU. My plan is to run it on the CPU. It was running just as a userland process that does everything itself. Then it can run as a service. I was considering maybe I want to dedicate one CPU core to doing these types of calculations. And then it can be used in case I don't have hardware acceleration. And eventually I should be able to actually do the renderer in the GPU, because the Raspberry Pi GPU does have a little bit of documentation, but honestly not that much. Okay. To build our matrix, then I'm gonna call this FOV const. No, let's not. We should pass it even if we ignore it. Right, and so the tan FOV, tanfov, is this hard-coded value for an FOV of 2 times pi divided by 5. That here, wait, is that that is the divided by 2 version. Yes. 72 degrees, okay. X11 from the ground up, damn. I have to admit, I'm not a big fan of that kind of architecture where you modularize things too much, but modularizing things can be useful. Like it is my very basic understanding that X11 was built to be a server by Bot Eater that was even allowed to run remotely somewhat. So it sounds like what I'm trying to do. It's just that I would never want to build my windowing system that way, because what's the point of that? What use case is there for that? So my window system is just a system that runs directly on the kernel on your local machine. So is the GPU, but again, because it is a technically different device, I do want to build it with this asynchronous kind of behavior. The human eye has a vertical FOV of 60. Interesting. All right, well, sorry to the video game nerds. There's not gonna be an FOV slider in the first version of this. Eventually there will be. All right, how about we start building this damn thing? Inter-module communication does get expensive, yes. Especially in the situation that I'm mentioning, where theoretically, you don't know if a module is running on your local device or just communicating with another device. Okay, I have my projection matrix. All right, so projection matrix. I should start with a matrix 0, right? So not an identity. So sorry, Wachowski sisters, we're canceling your movie. They should actually call a Matrix movie Matrix Identity. Yeah, it's just that because it's 1111, I thought it was gonna be identity, but yeah, of course not. It would be useful if I was doing math on it, but obviously not. All right, so 0 0. No, M 0 0 is 1 over the tan FOV times the aspect. Gotta be careful here. Aspect goes here. The second one is the one that is just the tan FOV, which is 1 1. It should already be floats, but hey, for the sake of completion, the sake of format, I have to say one thing I never understood about floats. Why is this not valid? I never understood why this is not valid, but this is. I have to write it like that. That's never made sense to me. Also, is my heater on? Jesus, it must be freezing outside for it to still be cold. I feel like most languages actually have that little quirk. All right. The matrix 2 2 is the negative of a division between f plus n, so far plus near, and far minus near, which answers the question of wherever you are. Yes. The one under it, so proj matrix M2 3 is minus 1, and 3 3 no 3 2 is kind of similar, but it is 2 times f times n. There is a minus at the beginning, yes. 2 times far times near, and f minus n. I guess I do. use column style matrices. Can't be super bothered. I just felt like that was the easiest way to do. What did I just do? I accidentally dragged and dropped something. I'm not sure what it is. Would you say it's better to then do it the other way around? I might as well do it. Oh, just be consistent, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why. If I control the entire process, why can't I control that? Okay. Maybe a good idea to document it. All right. So it's column, row. One, two. Yes. See, I'm already confused just writing that. Yeah, I definitely should write it. Okay, L 28 to 31. Good point. Then maybe I should stick to what C does. In that case, 3 2 3 2. No. I kind of hate it, to be honest. Feels super ugly, but I'd rather get used to it because C is never gonna get used to my style. So I have to get used to its style. Okay, we don't really have a way to kind of, what is it called? Specify perspective versus orthographic. Cannot be bothered with that. So instead we can just do a build projection matrix with an FOV, I believe we said it was 75, an aspect ratio which is calculated, right? Just from width divided by height, which we can actually get from here, but converting at least one of them to a float. So we make this floating point value. And what do we make our far? 100 is quite a lot, but it'll do. I think it's okay. Right, 72, not 75. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then we can go back to this little very helpful thing, which give us the output vector equals what style are they using in this one? I'm just gonna assume x times the projection matrix is M 0 0. W plus 1. Oh, it's W equals 1. It's always the same. What changes is the numbers, right? So I'm okay with just W1. That is good. W the Z Y. Damn it. I copied this 4 times and I didn't once notice that it was giving me an error. because it's supposed to be the camera position X, Y, Z, and W. Okay, and then it's 0, 1, 2, 3. And then this number stays the same. And the values stay the same, yes. And for each of them, we got Y, Z, dubs with 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Okay. Maybe do make it a function. That is a good point. Brain coding. Brain coding. Remember that. Brain coding, not vibe coding. No LLMs involved. Clankers not allowed. Yeah, this kind of math is going to be very useful, so. Vector 4, V, matrix 4 by 4, M. Return out. Matrix formal. Now it's m.m, but fine. God, I'm so glad. Whoever invented the multi-cursors, thank you so much. Unless you're from Microsoft. In which case, fuck you. But you did a good job for once in your life. Bye, mnemonic. Have a good day. Alright. Now we can even pretend that we have a super optimized matrix multiplication going on. Maybe one day we will be able to. As in, once I bother figuring out non-neon functions for this. Because so long as it's neon, it's okay. I'm gonna... Holy shit, it's so cold in here. Fixed my heater a little bit. That's gonna take about 50 hours to actually heat up the room. Okay. So long as I'm doing like matrix and vector stuff with ARM, I'm good. But once I have to do it with x86, I'm just like so confused by what I'm supposed to do. Anyway. So now I want to do a matrix formal of camera position with the projection matrix, and that goes into the output. Nope, not you. Suzanne, you're looking a little long there. Why the long face? I'm sorry. Hey, it's not bad though. Why the long face, Suzanne? Looks like you. When I do mechanics. All right. Susie. What did I call her? Zuzi. Yeah, it doesn't feel like that matched. Did I even use it? 100 by 100? Where did I put 100 by 100? Oh, here. Yeah. This needs to be based off the aspect ratio, doesn't it? So what is it, multiplying this? Since I do, no, I don't have it here though. There is an ad going on right now. How about we make it like this for the sake of it. All right, Suzanne. She's like, hold on, I'm gonna wait for the ad break to end on Twitch. But for the subscribers, Prime or Turbo ad blocker people, for those that didn't get an ad, and for YouTube, you already saw the spoiler. When you put it like that, it sounds like most people are not getting an ad, but you never know. I have to say the ads on Twitch, make it clear that they're not buying a whole lot of my data anyway. Let's put it that way. They're so generic. I did always get an ad for racism. I mean, against racism from the government. Mung, wait, why is it Mung now? Why is it Mung? Oh, because it used to be Facebook. Now it's Meta. Right. There used to be a previous term for it, right? Before all this, that sounded actually a lot better, even though it's still shit companies. Why does it include Netflix? Netflix is peanuts compared to some of the other ones. You got Meta, Evil Corp, Apple, Lawful Evil Corp, Amazon. Yeah, Apple, honestly, genuinely, at this point, I was always like, you know what, I like Apple products, but business practices haven't always been the best. At this point, I'm just like, hey, you know what? Apple is the best we got by far. Amazon, Chaotic Evil, Netflix, Crackhead, and Google, dumb as shit. I started doing an alignment chart, like a D&D alignment chart, and I ended up doing just insults by the end of it. Oh well. Sucks to be them. All right. So I was waiting for the ad break to finish on Twitch, but indeed I did fix my aspect ratio here in the rasterizer. Strong word right there, but hey. And now Suzanne no longer has a long face. Also, I called it Suzanne after a Zozing. Because the original reference that I looked at for 3D rendering was Zozing's formula that he showed off like about a month ago. But there we go. There's Suzanne. I hope he doesn't think I'm comparing him to the monkey, because that's not my intention. I just want to make that clear. Okay. He's actually doing on top of showing that clip, which I don't know the full. Well, I think it's just a pre-recorded video, that one. But I think he is doing also a 3D renderer in software. I've seen a little bit of it. All right. We already have all of this, which is pretty convenient because you're already giving me everything that I need to do. It's closed source. That makes sense. But, you know, mine is technically open source. It's also going to be part of my operating system. The game, for example, is closed source. But like even my little Halloween game was closed source, but I streamed pretty much all of its development. So hey, if you wanna like painstakingly just go through it and copy the code of the shittiest fucking game ever made, please do it. Be my guest. If you want to use an AI to do it, screw you. Just want to make that clear. Nobody's gonna copy my code for the shittiest game ever made, but I'm just saying. Yeah. Yeah, I've gotten some. Even my project is pretty small, my operating system. I've still gotten some pull requests. I try to keep it civil. I try to just say, hey, sorry, but this is in violation of the rules. And I'm not really saying what I think. Actually, most of the times I just go, sorry, but it doesn't look like your code would work at all. And everything is implied. Okay, about the clipping. What are you trying to say here? Now, AI companies don't work on ethics. I used to be actually surprised by how very little ethics they apply, by how much they don't follow basic fucking human decency. But now I'm just like numb to it. Now I'm just like, oh, OpenAI realized that a bunch of people were dating their AI, and so they gave them the possibility of having adult conversations with them. Yeah, that tracks. Oh, another person was killed by a delusion that was induced by an AI? They did nothing about it? Yeah, that tracks. At some point, you just become numb to all of it. That kind of sucks. But it won't stop me from telling people to stop using AI, even for coding. Please don't use coding AI. I know it seems different because we copy code off of GitHub, we copy code off of Stack Overflow. I actually had that meme of like this meme. I stole your code. It's not my code. I literally had this happen at least once since I started doing an open source project. But it's not the same. It's not the same. Generative AI is not the same as that. It's the difference between looking at a drawing that you did and trying to copy it to learn drawing and tracing over your drawing. And artists seem to understand pretty well, but programmers literally do not. And I really don't get it. I really don't get it. But anyway, don't use AI, please, for the love of God. We don't steal stolen code, only original. Oh, we steal stolen code. Oh, we steal stolen code, 100%. I'm coding while people laughed at my code in Discord. I mean, we do copy code, and that's okay. But first off, putting the code out there, the person is okay with other people copying that code. Like maybe when like GitHub started, that wasn't a thing. And when open source started, that wasn't a thing. I don't know. I wasn't around back then. It certainly wasn't writing code. But like when I put my code on GitHub, I sure expected humans to copy it, but I never expected a clanker to copy it. So that's a completely different story. And I willingly put my code up there and in hopes that humans can understand it and reference it and learn it. But I don't want them to use it. Yeah, the coding community has always had a lot of toxicity, a lot of annoyance. And for that matter, there's a lot of talk about Stack Overflow dying because of LLMs. But if you look at that one graph that we've all seen about it, besides this little resurgent during COVID, this is ChatGPT launching. It was already on a downward trend. Like, you cannot blame it on LLMs. It's just a shit website. Obviously, LLMs did make it a lot faster, you can tell, but it was already on a downward trend. And let's face it, posting on there, I've never posted on it, I believe, but goddamn, I would find someone asking the question that I needed, and the answer, if there was one, was buried under, why are you doing that in the first place? You should not do this. This is bad practice. Well, the problem is... No, just answer the fucking question that you were asked in a forum where you answer questions that you get asked. Also, about prompting. It's so dumb that you need to learn prompting when the entire point of LLMs is that you can talk to them in natural language. It just has to be very specific, structured natural language. Otherwise, it won't be as effective. There's so many reasons why LLMs and generative AI is bullshit. And it's so easy to tell. And also to answer something that was said before, it may be good about asking questions. And for that matter, like for summarizing and automating certain things, I understand the use of AI. The thing is that if these companies hadn't hijacked the entire machine learning industry, to call it something, we would have better tools that can do that and would be way more ethical. Like there's more machine learning to than just generative AI. And if ChatGPT hadn't come around, and you know all the other ones as well, we would probably have a lot better. Just devouring his leg behind me. We could possibly have better summarizing tools, better learning tools powered by machine learning, but not by generative AI. The future that could have been. And probably the one that we're going to get after the bubble bursts for AI. Or after, you know, they lose the public perception war, which, let's face it, they're already losing. But for the time being, I have to say, the only people that I see that are pro AI are programmers. The only group of people. Obviously, then there's individuals everywhere that are into AI that, oh my god, it's so useful. I've increased my productivity by 10 times. It's actually 0.001%. It's actually not. It's less, not more. But yeah. I feel like programmers have this perception that generative AI, when it comes to code, is not as unethical and not as bad as it is with art. Because so many are like, well, I would never use it for art. I would never use it for music. I would never use it for videos. But for code, no, no. I'm sorry that you have to do the work. But it's the same thing. If you have an ethical problem with AI for art, you should also have a problem with AI for text. Because it's the same thing. If you don't have a problem with both, well, fuck you, but okay. I was wondering what a hornet was for a second. That's like a type of bee, I think. Is that something that you need generative AI for? Is the question? A wasp. Okay. Yes. Sorry, not bee, but similar, I guess. I feel like that type of thing. Also, the medical AI. Every time I talk about this, I bring up what is it called? Um, Moderation, like content moderation on social media. Those things can be done with AI. And if you're not using generative AI, then I don't really have a problem with that. I think that's a cool project, actually. Um, that kind of project done with machine learning, but not with generative AI, makes sense. Can be a positive for humanity. Can be a good thing, even if it's not, revolutionary, humanity, earth-shattering project that changes the world. It's still a cool thing. But you could do the same thing with generative AI. It would probably be shittier and it more unethical, waste more resources. It's just a net negative. Yeah, it's just that like when generative AI came around, it hijacked the term AI. So it's really hard to tell. Like you say I'm pro AI, I'm like, and then you say but not generative AI. It's like, oh, okay, totally reasonable. I agree with that. For that matter, I would love to do a machine learning project someday, but it's nothing to do with generative AI. Generative AI is always a huge waste of resources. ML in the hacking game? I wonder. I mean, if I do machine learning, most likely I will want to do it in a game kind of environment. Um, I just don't know how. Then again, I don't know how to do the hacking game at all. I'm still so stuck with it. Kind of having a problem where I haven't focused on prototyping. I'm more so focused on stability of my engine because it needs a lot of work. But yeah, once I go back to prototyping, I mean, I have been prototyping a little bit. Yeah, generative AI, we're talking about like when you hear people talking about AI, they're mostly talking about, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Grok. Those are generative AI models. Bro, he's standing not on my arm but on my wrist. Holy shit. Oh, that was also so bad. What is he doing? Yeah, that's what generative AI is. And that one is kind of very unethical. There are other types of neural networks and other types of machine learning that are not AI, not generative AI, and they are kind of good. You going? Hold on. Hit me with his tail on the way out, but to be honest, I couldn't even define generative AI for you. Like I understand the parts of it that make it unethical and parts of it that make it bad and the parts of it that make its creators kind of psychopaths. But, well, not its creators, but like, you know, the Musks and Altmans of the world. But I couldn't even define it specifically. CNN canon used backwards. Really? See, I didn't know that. For that matter, I did do a... I was showing... those with a keen eye may have noticed this earlier when I showed my first project on GitHub. The second one was a simple C++ neural network. It was shit, but it was one. It's literally 3 files. Jesus. Holy fuck, it's so hard-coded. Incredible, incredible. Okay, I probably don't want to look at that code too much on stream because it's gonna be so embarrassing. Yeah, I get it. The thing is that I feel like you're drawing a very arbitrary line in saying it's okay to talk to it and ask questions, but not to create code or art with it. It's the same technology, trained on the same resources. It's just how you use its output that's different. If your problem with it is just with quality, I get it. I disagree, but I get it. If your problem is also with the ethics, I feel like you shouldn't use it at all. My for loop in the memes, like on my Discord channel. Hold up. Ugh, I smell like dog now. Alright, I'll find it later. Couldn't see it, just glancing very quickly. Okay, how about I finish a little bit of this? Okay. So we've done this, and hell, we have Suzanne. Mrs. Suzanne, sorry. God damn it, now the movement is all fucked up. What I don't understand is like the logic that they put for a clipping here. If you do x divided by w and x is less than minus w, after NDC scales values below 0. I see. Oh, I hadn't noticed that this is w and this is xyz. Okay, that's my problem. Cool, so that's what I want to do, right? Essentially get rid of anything where hold on. X is less than minus w. Okay. That's the logic. That goes before the normalization though, from the looks of it. So I should do it here. It would be like if C0 x is smaller or equal than C0 w, any of the 4 and any of the 4, which is actually 8 conditions, right? Because it's also the opposite. And also this one's supposed to be negative, right? Is it minus equals? Yeah. Okay, so if x is less than less or equal to minus w, or bigger than w, then we repeat All right, that's better. Or same thing on the y-axis. By the way, can my keyboard be heard at all? Because the keyboard ASMR that it produces, I think, is quite nice. I do hope that it can be heard on stream, at least a little bit. No? Can I do something about it? Do I have noise cancellation going on? Filters. I do have noise suppression. I mean, I want to try, you know. Let me know. Fourth equation in clipping. Oh. It's a weird way of writing the condition, but it'll do. Should clip C1, then we don't do anything. What was I returning here before? I believe it was just false, as in I didn't render but there's no error. -1 means there's an error. I still need to come up with a name for my ternary operator's -1 value. I have true for did what I was expected to do. False for didn't do what I was expected to do, but it's an allowed condition. And -1 for there is an error, but I can't just call it error. That's too generic. So I have to come up with a name for it. Hey, Goldfish. Well, here they used this, and I'm using the same math that they're using, so I'm good with that. Okay, you're not clipping everything, are you? You're clipping everything, fuck's sake. Was it supposed to be the other way around? Suzanne! Suzanne! No! No, Suzanne! She's gone. Susie has died. If the x is less than the minus, y is less than the minus, z is less than the minus, x, y, z, bigger than the jester, please. We'll go out later. God, he's a little bit too spoiled. Alright, chill. Alright. Here he comes. Yeah, might as well just try. Look at she's appearing. Little by little, she's appearing. What did I make my near plane? I feel like I might have made it too high. Because I made it 1, didn't I? No, I made it 0.1. And I have a far plane of 100, but I don't think that's the problem. No, neither of this is the problem. Depth sign. I did mess around with it a bit. So yeah, that may be it. But there we go, there's Susie. It feels like it's clipping very close, doesn't it? That feels like the problem. Now it's fully gone. Okay, check everything step by step is probably the easiest thing to do here. Can we, like that. That works. Alright, 0, 0 is 1 over tan f of v times the aspect. 1, 1 is just the tan f of v over 1. 2, 2 is minus far plus near divided by far minus near. Yep. The one under that is 3, 2 minus 1. Then 2, 3. Row 2, column 3, yes, is minus 2fn divided by f minus n. Okay, just a little, sanity check before we go a little bit too crazy here. Okay. Then back to this one. We're doing it before the perspective divide. That is okay. And then yeah, one of you is causing this. Both of you, maybe. I know I inverted this, but how did that happen? Also, no, wait, I inverted it now. What I should have inverted is the other one. What's going on here? Okay, that's good. Yep, she's agreeing. Alright, we'll get to the clipping part eventually. It's not super important. Next step. We have it in NDC space at this point, right? And then we do basic rasterisation with the position on X becomes +1 times 0.5 times the width -1. Right, that should be the right formula. Just for the sake of correctness. Yeah, that's the next step. I'm not doing the rasterization yet. Or for a while, actually. Not gonna bother with it. But because that's an entirely different thing. We got a renderer and then we got a rasterizer. Obviously, the rasterizer is part of the renderer, but it's its own beast in the way that it works. But we will need it eventually. But anyway, the math that they do is +1 times 0.5. Is that the... thing. I'm assuming it is. It would be better to do it that way. Plus 1 times 0.5. I just did it for one coordinate and thought maybe that'll work. Convention, the z-axis is directing towards the screen. Yeah, I figured it's gonna be something like that, kind of, to figure out. Times 0.5 f, by the way. Times... I don't know why the -1, but okay. I'll do it. Well, it should be 1 minus... Oh, pixels 0. Yeah, that's true. No, wait. Yeah, I'm considering this wrong. The one goes outside because it's after this multiplication, but before this one. Suzanne looking good and feeling fine. Look at you, girl. Oh no, Suzanne. By the way, am I supposed to be using like the full screen coordinate here? Also, this was supposed to be a 2. Dun, 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 dun. Is it lagging? All right. AMD support. We don't do that. What's slow? Oh, yeah, it's the mouse wheel. It's just not adapted to this. Actually, it's running at 900 FPS, so scale issue. Let's do that again. I think I'm pretty much required to do the music again, so. Dun, 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 dun. It's the opposite of the monkeys discovering the monolith. It's the monolith discovering the monkeys. Well, there's our Suzanne. I do wonder if now that I've correctly adapted it somehow for whatever fucking reason it works. Might as well try. It's running at 1 trillion FPS, sometimes in the negatives, by the way. As to how the FPS can be negative, I don't know. Alright, but no, something's wrong with the clipping. It's probably not exactly how they expect it to be, but would you look at that? Holy. Look at our renderer now. We started off... Actually, hold on. This is how we were yesterday. Hold on. Wrong account. I'm live right now, by the way. Go watch it. This is how it was yesterday. I just love this thumbnail so much. It auto-generated this thumbnail, which is so perfect. It's supposed to be. The problem is if I hover on it, it like makes it go away. Yeah, we had an exploded upside down windmill yesterday, and now we have a non-exploded right side up windmill. Dude, please be good. Please be good. Please be good. Please be good. Yeah, the scroll wheel is very slow for these big ass models, but look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's what we have today. Big difference today. Really quickly. So might as well just do this. Open the windmill. Thank you, Suzanne, for your service. Gotta apply the modifier. How do I apply the modifier? Apply. There we go. Join. Because I don't have multi-mesh support in my OBJ renderer. So it kind of... I joined them together. It's probably easier. And I still have to triangulate. Oh, I'm importing, not exporting. Hold on. Rend resources windmill. We have to triangulate them manually. So yeah, my OBJ importer could use some work, but like I've mentioned, I'm planning on doing some procedural generation type of thing. So I'm not super interested in OBJs. Okay, not gonna save these changes because I do want them separate for whatever I end up using this model for. Also, the blades of this windmill are like just as many vertices as the rest of the windmill. But there we have it. There is a windmill. Can we full screen this? Oh, I see. Hold on. Yeah, still not used to this keyboard. But no, we can't. But yeah, there we have it. And running at a pretty decent FPS. I like the way that it looks. Quite nice. Pretty good mesh too, I have to say. Did a good job for my first time modeling anything like, what, a year? I'm not sure. Okay. Is there anything else I can do? What your project manager would call a quick win before I end the stream? Not really. But, alright. There is one more thing I wanted to research real quick. Another reason why I wanted to go and learn OpenGL.com. It kind of disappointed me with finding a very basic vertex shader so that I could look at what functions I need and what standards and practices there are. Though we ended up finding one. And then literally the entire pipeline drawn out in a scheme like this. 5 hours, so it was worth it. Yeah, so this is what I was looking for, but I ended up finding it on scratchpixel.com. So actually, what is scratchpixel.com? The usual beloved lessons, a blog, some private courses, and an upcoming book project. Learn computer graphics from scratch and for free. Alright. I'm assuming Dark Reader is kind of messing with the color, but you know what? Let's let it mess with the color. Sorry for the flashbang. Seems like a pretty cool website. Actually, I wonder if they have what I'm looking for, which is just the very basic functions that OpenGL implements, because I will need to implement the same functions myself. Now, this is where it gets a little bit interesting. They have an entire thing on rasterization. So maybe next Friday we'll look at this a little bit. But, These are foundations of 3D rendering, mathematics, computer graphics gems, geometry, digital imaging, procedural generation of virtual worlds. Hey! Nice. Value noise, procedural patterns, paralleling noise. We're gonna be doing that one of these days as a little one-off stream when I feel like doing some procedural stuff, which is definitely gonna come useful for my games. So, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm making that hacking game 3D, at the very least 2.5D. At the very least 2.5D. But no, they don't have specific OpenGL stuff, and I was looking specifically for the OpenGL API because I want to copy that. All right, so let's do a hello triangle, right? You know what? No. All right, this is... I forgot what OpenGL looked like. Holy shit. This is the problem that I have. I can choose to do OpenGL. Well, okay, no, let's put it this way. OpenGL isn't... how do I put it? OpenGL is kind of a library that helps communicate with the graphics card on your computer in a somewhat standardized way. So you don't have to write, shaders and rendering code for your NVIDIA GPU, AMD GPU, Raspberry Pi GPU, none of those. So instead you write it for OpenGL. There are alternatives to OpenGL. OpenGL is cool. It's kind of simple-ish, not super simple, but kind of simple-ish compared to Vulkan. Vulkan needs 1,000 lines of code for a hello world triangle, which a triangle is the hello world of rendering. Vulkan, I have to say, I haven't ever used it. But when I looked at it, it looks like it is taking away the abstraction that these kinds of libraries are supposed to introduce. So in a way, I kind of don't understand the point, but I haven't ever written any Vulkan code. I have rated someone that does Vulkan quite a few times. Yesterday, actually. Lucas Dev is mostly doing Vulkan stuff in Zig, but still. But it's one thing to look at someone doing it and another thing to do it yourself. And also, it's a thing to see someone doing it once they've already done all the setup versus doing all the setup yourself. So I have to say, I don't really understand Vulkan, but that is an alternative. The problem is the absolutely horrifying syntax that GL has. The good thing about it is, if you have OpenGL, people who use OpenGL can target your system easily. That's cool. But its syntax is kind of awful. So I think what I'm gonna do is kind of what I ended up doing with libc, which is I'm going to implement what I need according to how I need it and how it works for me. And then make it as close to GL as possible. And then it can just use. If I want to, I can easily transform it into OpenGL. In terms of like designing the actual API to talk to this render service type of thing that I'm trying to build, right? That's the thing that I'm talking about. That's probably a thing for next week, not even a thing for tomorrow. I did say I was gonna do something tomorrow, and I already forgot what it was. Okay, it was compiling. Tomorrow I'm doing compiler stuff. Okay. Maybe I should write a little OpenGL just to remember the syntax a little bit, if I do want to copy it, or at the very least go somewhat close to it so later on I can copy it. But okay, I'm done coding for today. I'm going to commit all of this after the stream. Just gonna you know what, I'm committing it now. While I also drop a link to my Discord in case anyone is interested in joining, and a link to Twitch in case anyone on YouTube is interested in joining our raid, which we will be doing in a second. With, let's call it wireframe rendering pipeline with vertex shader. Commit and push. Okay, so that's the last time that I work on the renderer for this week. Again, as a personal goal, between now and next time I work on it, probably on Friday, I have set myself a goal for the compiler, really, not for the renderer, to write the mesh class or the mesh code in my language, which will need a little bit of semantic analysis that we will do tomorrow. So tomorrow's stream is going to be a compiler one. Some more semantic analysis type of stuff. And yeah, okay. Tomorrow's stream is going to be at 7:30 p.m. So around this time tomorrow. 7:30 p.m. Central European time and 6:30 p.m. UK time. I'm going to look for a raid target on Twitch. And we're going to end the stream, so I will see you then, except I'm not really done because I still don't know who I'm going to raid. So I'm just stalling. Hold on, later reference. Also, that's Scratch Pixel. Good. Oh wait, I already had this one. Not entirely sure how I ended up. Oh, did I just click it twice? Yeah, I don't know. Alright, so this is kind of what we did. This is what we need to do next for it. Or, yeah, I don't know what the next step is going to be. So, yeah, let's wait. Alright, someone... Alright, should we go see what's up with Vulkan? I was just mentioning this, so might as well. Alright. See you tomorrow. I was going to say see you Friday, but no, see you tomorrow. Wait, the raid hasn't started yet? Okay. Just stalling now. Just stalling. Let's go. Okay, bye. See you, everybody.